never been so locked in before. It's the same mountains. Literally the same mountains. Peak, 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 peak. It's me describing the mountain peaks and the peakness of the connection. Think about it. Yo, what is up, everybody? Welcome back to React Indie Town, episode 5 of Monster. It's kind of a monster. It's like a 2-syllable word. Anyways, episode 5 of Monster should be exciting. Last episode, we watched the first 4 episodes together. And it was a nice, succinct prologue. Dr. Tenma, German doctor, save the boy do some murder. Now what? You feel nice and caught up? I personally feel nice and caught up. Honestly, I don't really know where this is going to be picking up. The OP is pretty much the only guidance we have for that. So I say let's just dive straight into it and see what happens and enjoy the ride. So let's get going in a 3, a 2, a 1. This guy's face. Bro's face looks like melted plastic. Eimer. Sleeping guy in the back, guy hiding behind his book. Oh, is this the sister? Maybe this is the sister. Huh? I forgot her name. Anna? 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 Yo, she says all that while out of breath. What a goat. Nina. Nina Fortner. Okay, someone else. Or a fake name. I would have to look, because blonde with blue eyes. Isn't that what frickin' Johan is? Also, I'm pretty sure it's Johan, not Johan. I think somebody corrected me in the Discord about that. I'm gonna just keep saying Johan, though. Think about it. Okay. I am so curious what Bro is going to be doing for the next 70 episodes. Is he just going to be like a weird, destitute little freak? That's all I got right now, is be weird, destitute little freak. As he tries to, like, hunt down Johan to figure out what's happening, you know? Or what happened. Or something. Okay, so is that Nina there? This really is no good deed goes unpunished, though. Right? Like, he saves... That's her. He saves, kid's life, and then the kid starts, like, killing a bunch of people. You know, like, that was his, like, morally good action. And he was, like, rewarded for it, but, like, reality's not that simple. You know? Unlucky. Heidelberg. The girl of Heidelberg. Bro's trying to pick up Nina. Just the two of us. Yeah, frick off, Peter. Oh, this girl's a goat. Is this judo? What is this? What is this technical kana? She's a okay, wait. She's in like, was that like a law school plus judo club or whatever plus pizza delivery? Yay! This is a hard at work woman. Do people actually do that? Hi! Is that real? Hater. Dude, she was a rat and her cheese. It's peak. Me, my rat, and my cheese. What's ominous about that? I feel like there could be something ominous, but I don't really understand what's going on. Like, so you don't remember that? What's your life? Who are you? That's my situation. Yeah, look, I couldn't tell who sent it. It looked like an empty. Oh, is that Peter? Okay, so this probably is the sister under a new fake name, and she doesn't remember the costume thing, and she's getting gaslit into a new reality. Question mark? That's why the rat thing was weird. Alright. Why's that guy Loki got my haircut? Holy OST. Holy OST. Oh, it wasn't him? Concerning. This Peter guy sucks. She just ignored that, bro. She is not entertaining the thought. It's not funny, but it's really funny. I think that... Look at her expression, dude. Look at her expression. She really did not like hearing that. I mean, okay, so she's got to be Anna, yeah? And that's why she's having this. But also that would be a very normal expression to have after hearing about children getting choked to death with a rope. Yeah, I'd probably be a bit... I guess I'd be laughing, but like, oh my goodness. That's... That expression. Ugh. I got like stuff in my eyes. I'm getting debuffed. Oh, speaking of debuffs. Trauma response. Oh, you mean the child with the murder of the children, bro? Yeah, she's like a crazy like mental block. Interesting. That's not good. That's why the rat thing. I was never a rat for Halloween. Why would you gaslight me? Did you have a kid that died or something? You're replacing them with me? Yeah, I wonder how they found this family. I wonder who they is. Like, why did this family adopt her? Adopt? I assume it's just an adoption. They shouldn't have picked another 4-letter name. That was a misplay. Or maybe it wasn't. I don't know. That was kind of like a little like thing though. Yo, what if it's just Johan messaging her? Huh?
いましたよ。ミハイルだっけ ?14 歳ぐらいの子。ミハイルね。いたような気がするな。で、何？あんた警察？はい。ミハイル・ライヒマン。確かにその子は私のクラスにいました。でも、本当に印象の薄い子で、お恥ずかしい話ですけど、よく覚えてないんです。友達もいたのかどうか。
Yo, what are we talking about? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Oh, we jumped. Okay. Mihail? There's no way. Oh, does he have another name? Is that what that was? Dude, there are moves being made right now. That's all I know. Bro, you're asking me. I do wonder. I will come for you soon. We are cooked. It's episode 5. And bro is already coming for his sister, and our main character is just wandering around. We're freaking cooked.
1年ぐらいしか一緒に暮らしてなかったし、覚えてることなんて何もないわ。
その子は妹を連れていませんでしたか？
男の子一人よ。とにかくもうあのご夫婦の事件は忘れたいの。あの時は引っ越そうかと思ったぐらいなんだから。
Oh, shout out old man. The scariest old man I've ever done seen. Yes, my shadowy mentor. Hero's journey. This is the unexpected mentor. Think about it. Unironic, actually. Unironic, actually. Holy crap! I bet this entire story is gonna fit the hero's journey like verbatim.
Tenma だろ。ニナを迎えに来る？誰が？それがわかんないの。名なしでメールが送られてきたの。嬉しそうな顔して。まさか白い馬に乗った王子様が迎えに来るじゃないでしょうか。羨ましい？またニナの無双癖が始まった。君を花で埋め尽くすために。
Yo, what does that mean?
今時そんな言葉遣いする子なんていないわよ。あ、ねえねえそういえば。
A strange boy in class? What do you mean, a strange boy in class? That legendary seat. Is that a real thing? I've never heard of the legendary seat. Are we freaking oblivious? What you mean by that?
感謝していたよ、ドクターテンマ。あなたは命を救ってくれた親以上の存在だとね。
彼は何と名乗ってましたか？
フランツ。しかし本当の名前ではないと言ってた。
そんなことまで話すほど彼はあなたに心を許していたんですか？
どこからともなく現れたフランツは向かいのフラットに住む子供の
This guy's eyes, bro.
1年間養われていた。いや、正確に言うと
Wow, he's sharp.
17年の3月から
Got them exact dates. Oh, please tell me it's not a dates show that I have to write dates down. I would rather cry and die. I hate dates. Okay.
彼はこの部屋に来ていたんですか？
毎日ね、一人暮らしの私はいつでも彼を迎え入れた。そこの椅子に座り、彼はひたすら勉強を続けた。私の教える英語とフランス語をみるみるうちにマスターしていった。姿を消す頃にはどちらも完璧に操れるようになっていたよ。たった12歳の子がね。
Well, it's definitely Johan. 100,000,000%. So bro was going by different aliases, hopping between different like families. Tales from the war? Yeah, okay. There's not really anything else to point at.
我々が連合軍の駆逐艦に攻撃された時の話だ。
Oh yeah, we're in Germany. True.
敵の攻撃を受けた我々は致命的な損傷を受けながら戦闘を続けた。水圧できしむ艦内で我々はひたすら恐怖に耐えた。我々がこの世の地獄から生還したのは38時間後のことだった。普通の子供なら冒険団としてこの話を楽しんだろう。
Grit.
しかし彼は違った。
Fortitude.
彼が最も興味を示したのは恐
Oh. Oh. Oh no. Oh no. That's maybe the worst part of the story that he could take pleasure in. I'm gonna be really honest. Dude, it reminds me of the Ocean Gate? Is that what it was called? The like submarines in real life, the like bad ones that like imploded. Reminds me of that. Ah. Oh, that's crazy. He knew he was blind, so he could. Like, you know, the information wasn't used. You know what I mean? That's actually crazy work. It's like, you can't expose my cover because you're blind. LOL. Hey, quick question, Nina. How old are you, Nina? You wouldn't happen to be, what, 20 years old right now? Because that would be very bad for us. The dyeing the hair thing's a little bit funny. I wonder if there's a world where the hair's getting dyed to look more like the natural color or something. Like, what if they're like... Oh, I thought they knew about Johan coming. It's just a coincidence that they're meaning to tell her that. Yo, she's not coming back. She is not coming back. Oh no. Oh no. This is so bad. It's funny that even with repressed memories, she still decided to be a lawyer, like a public... What did she say? Public prosecutor? Like, she wants to bring criminals to justice. Okay. Is that actually him? The hair color looked... Huh. 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 Oh, no. Yeah, he got them blonde, blue eyes. Wait, isn't that literally... What are they called? Aryans? Is this Aryan at all? For them to be in Germany with blonde hair, blue eyes? That's like the classic, no? I don't really know the meaning of that other than like... I don't know. I could get into my understanding of that, but I won't worry about it. He did that just for Aura. Just enough that she would know, but not enough to actually be certain of anything. And then he does a wipe away disappear. Who is this guy, bro? You're telling me Otto didn't even catch her? Oh, and that's the end, and they play the freakiest, weirdest ED I've ever seen. What is it supposed to be? Dude, I feel like I'm watching something from a different timeline. Does that make sense? It feels so different to like anything I've really watched. Especially with this. I've never seen something like this before. This is something that I would like dream if I was like a 7-year-old with a fever dream. With a fever while I was like watching Bambi. I would dream this. I need to double check if I should watch that every time or not. Because in the future, if I don't need to watch every time, I probably won't watch it every time. But anyways, okay. Okay, so Michael. Isn't that a FNAF thing? Michael. That was just, it was, okay. I need to make sure I have the correct understanding of Michael. Or how they pronounce this?
ミハイルって子よ。
Mihal. There's no way Michael is Mihal. You're kidding me right now. Give me another pronunciation. Right here.
ミハイルだっけ？
Mihail. Is that a Japanese thing? Or like, I guess so. Well, it is in Japanese, huh? Mihal. I guess, you know what? I guess it makes sense, because if they were speaking in Japanese and they said like, I don't know, like, I don't know how to, I don't even know how to like fake a Japanese speech, but like, Michael, then that would be pretty, that would throw it off quite a bit, huh? Yeah, okay, maybe the Michael thing makes some sense. Okay. Let's break down the episode a little bit. So, it's funny that I like how they gave us like a slow build up to like revealing that it's her the entire time, where like that was my first impression with like, oh, like even right away they hide her, they give us the blonde hair, which is something, and then they give us a fake name, and then they give us the blue eyes. And look at the way, dude, even right here, look how long she has her eyes closed. Like, they really know that every audience member is waiting for her to open blue eyes, and so they really delay it as much as possible just to edge. So I can appreciate that. But then pretty much it's like, oh, well, for this to be at all relevant to anything, it has to be like Homegirl, you know? And then this like doesn't actually show who it is. I think that's the craziest thing, is that they are lying to her about backstory like this. Like I get, then who is this kid? If the kid's not her, who's the kid? Because they got a kid. I mean, presumably they like found a kid that was very similar looking to her, and then, or like they found a group of parents that had lost a kid that was similar looking to her, and then given them her, or like offered her as like an adoption thing. Maybe that's what happened. And then the parents just like passed her off as their own, and then we're gonna tell her on the 20th birthday that's not what the situation is. Though of course Johan gave a quick little like side profile Mog first and kind of stole that. Though she still of course doesn't fully comprehend what's going on. I mean, she might get hit with like a memory wave now. And then what was this? Oh my goodness, what? Distant spring. I forlornly wait for a spring that will never come. Hannah. Oh, Hannah, will you hurry and get over your broken heart? Let me send you... What? Oh. Okay. I was reading that like that was the lines of poetry. That was not the lines of poetry. That was Hannah. Okay, I'm a dumbass. This is the real lines of poetry from Johan. Because we had the empty... Can you do this? An empty... I guess this is like old email, old computer stuff. So you probably could. But you know, we see the Peter one, we see the Hannah one. And then there's the empty one. Let me send you the world's most beautiful flower. I was born to blanket you in flowers. Troubling. So, he loves and trusts his sister implicitly, but his sister is good and he's bad. That's about where I'm at with that, right? And then, because he didn't kill her. And I don't think he would... I kind of have the impression that he would never, ever hate her or feel... Like, I have a feeling that she is, like, a golden thing to him. Like, some sort of, like, holy ideal or something. Not ideal, but, like, something, like, so fundamentally important that, like, he would never fight her, you know? Even if she was fighting him. I don't even know if he would fight her back. Or, like, what that would look like. I think that's the most interesting thing to me about that dynamic. Because he, like... loves her deeply. I was born to blanket you in flowers is like a weirdly like possessive, but also like I want to like cover you in gifts. You know, I want to give everything to you. Like I adore you. It's like an adoration obsession. That's kind of the vibe I get towards her from him. So that's kind of a lot of work. And then in continuing the like reveal of like who she is, she does like there's the counseling thing, and so it's like, oh, that's like another clue, and then eventually it's like pretty much like all but confirmed, right? Plagued by nightmares, so they kind of let you figure it out yourself, which is cool. I can't help but feel that her cheerfulness is a reaction to something she's running away from. Maybe a little bit on the nose there. Don't know if we need that, but yeah. Frick Peter. I hope he doesn't exist as a character. Sorry, Peter. I shouldn't be coming on to you that hard. Coming on to you? I shouldn't be coming at you that hard. Good course correction. But yeah, so that's a cool little thing they did there. And then otherwise, what really is going on, right? She kind of comes to the awareness. Oh, the Michael thing. Yes, that was the only other thing I think I was curious about. There was definitely so Michael Reichman. Let me look at the Reichman. Oh, that's the only time they use Reichman. Okay, I'm gonna just put this down as like a previous alias. I also got to put down for Anna, Nina Fortner identity, and then Johann was, I think, Michael Rotman was or Reichman, and then so he existed as a Michael Reichman, and then everything burned in a fire 6 years ago. Cool. He didn't have any friends. There were no there's no records because everything burned in a fire. Michael Reichman identity probably caused a fire. I mean, at this point, he probably burned down a house or something. And the closest thing we have to a motive comes from Blind Guy. Shout out Blind Guy. Where we pretty much just get that bro loves terror. What he was most interested in was terror, extreme terror. What is the reaction of a person staying on the edge of death? I wonder if it's like something of like, oh, I'm so far from humanity that like I need the most extreme stimulus of humanity to make me feel anything. So I'm going to watch people as I hold a gun up to them and see them squirm in like the intense emotions of fear and terror on their face, and that will make me feel something because I can't feel anything from anything else. So I don't know, some nonsense like that. That's kind of where I'm at for Johann. The thing about that is that strays away from any of the like political ideas, right? Because there was kind of the political angling to the whole like the Leiberts fled to West Germany and was an East German trade commission consultant, and so there was kind of the thought of like, oh, I wonder if it has to do with like that. And so just having a motive of like causing terror wouldn't be tapping into that, which makes me think that there's probably more to it than just the terror thing. Yeah, it's also funny. This is such a classic. We decide that we tell her on her 20th birthday that she's not our child. It's like they say that when she's walking away, and so we know that she's going to figure it out before she comes back, or she's not coming back at all, you know? Like it's like an irony. It's like the dramatic irony that we're facing the audience knowing that this isn't going to work. Like, and no matter how they plan it right now, it's like too late because of other movements that are being made, which are crazy. But yeah, let's just jump on to the next episode and see what happens, I think. Your prince on a white horse. That was also, I think, actually a good line, because it's like, what is Johann to her? You know? Is he to be a prince on a white horse? Like, he's offering gifts, and he's like a blood relative, and he's like unbottling her past and all this stuff. But like, is that a blessing or a curse? He's pretty, but I think it's a curse. I think it's probably bad. Though there's also an element of like, she probably needs to deal with it eventually. She was going to have to deal with it. The cracks were already there. But the adoptive parents were going to tell her like, hey, you're not actually ours, you know. They were going to... And so I think a lot of those cracks were going to come out then. And so the problem with Johann kind of being a catalyst is that it's going to be like unscripted and therefore like risky and unsafe. That's kind of the concern. But okay, let's actually see what happens. Episode 6, let's get going. 3, 2, 1, bang. Oh, there's so many names. I don't know, and well, I'll pause for a split second. I know we just started. I like also don't know if I should write down a lot of the names of like her classmates. I kind of decided to like not write down the classmates or the teacher because I don't know if they'll be important. I have a feeling we're going to be leaving them, but we'll have to see. Oh, especially because Tenma's going to pull up, right? We might have him like whisk her away on the adventure. Yeah.
節室にお客さん来てますよ。私帰りますから、マウラーさん自分でお茶入れてください。
客？こんな時間にか？
あの人もお風呂入ってないわ。
Yo,
マウラーさんと同じくらいの
these people hate each other.
なんだそりゃ。よっからせーっと。だいたい誰のせいで風呂入ってねえと思ってんだ。こんな二つの上がらねえ新聞社でもなんとかやってけるのはこのマウラー様のおかげだってことにちっとも気づいてねえんだから。たく。どうもお待たせしました。
天馬と申します。どうかご協力お願いします。
なるほど。こいつは薄汚ねえや。
Smells almost as bad as you is crazy. Poor Tenma. Tenma, take a bath. He's beginning his vagrant lifestyle, bro.
ドイツ各地で起きてる中年夫婦殺人事件の次のターゲットがここハイデルベルクにいる。その中年夫婦には幼女がいて、その娘が20歳になって。
Oh, you think the couple's gonna get killed? I can see that. Yeah, that's a very fair worry. Oh no, that's really bad, actually. How did he become this way, though? I mean, because it existed before the bullet in his brain, you know?
その兄弟が病院を抜け出してから兄が姿を現すまで半年以上の空白期間があるんです。
だからどうした？
私の考えでは病院を抜け出した後、兄弟は揃ってこのハイデルベルクに来たんです。
あんたの考えではな。
そして二人とも現在の妹の養父母に養われた。しかし兄の方は短期間でここも逃げ出した。妹を残して。
Oh, okay.
小説にでもしな。売れねえだろう。
Sure.
兄の捜索願いが出ている可能性がある。そしてそれが新聞記事になっているかもしれない。9年前のこちらの新聞を調べさせてください。頼みます。お願いします。これ以上犠牲者
Oh,
を出しちゃいけない。
is he letting him into the archive?
お願いします。
Have fun! Whew. Yikes. At least they have an archive.
ありがとうございます。
He's being very helpful, actually.
どういたしまして。言っとくが、くだらねえ話に関わってる時間がもったいねえだけだ。納得したらとっとと帰ってくれ。
Honestly, I will take that. I mean, he's letting him run around in his room, you know, his archive. I mean, that's really nice of him. Fat man. They said his name at the very start, but I didn't clock it. I did not clock it. Huh. Maybe no. I almost just said maybe the rat costume was real and it was just Johan. But it's kind of the same difference, right? Because he was kind of saying that he thinks that the two of them got put in the same foster family and then he ran away. And then went off to go, I'm gonna go do some killing again, you know? And then has come to, like, scoop her back. Which would explain how he was able to find her so effectively. Because, like, he lived there, you know? That's the running theory, which I like that theory. I kind of had assumed that he had just, like, completely bailed. Well, because, like, post-hospital, I kind of would need to look at exactly what happened right after the hospital, like, because the guy, like, before the time skip. Because I kind of thought that the two of them didn't leave at the same time, which would have been necessary for them to get to the same foster home. But I'd have to just double check. I don't remember that piece of info. Oh. We repressed the trauma. W repression, right?
そんなことないよ。急に気分が悪くなっただけ。彼に謝らなきゃ。いいのいいの。あいつのことはもう気にしなくて。あのオットーってやつ、よく聞いてみたらニナの白馬の王子様じゃなかったの。彼、ニナのメールにそんなメッセージ入れてないっていうのよ。そう。
So he was just some guy that was into her.
ということは、君が失神したのはその男性を見たからだという。
Spooky.
どんな男だった？
一瞬見かけただけで、はっきりとは。
どんな感じだった？見た時の印象は。
Fear.
すごく懐かしい。
Oh.
でも違うな。なんかうまく言えないけど。
けど。
Yo, what's reflecting in her eyes, bro? Scary.
いいよニナ、無理しなくて。
絶対役。うまく言えないけど、そう、あの悪夢を見た時の感じと同じような。
絶対役とはまた。私
も教会に通っているわけではありません。けど、もう一度その人に会えば、その答えがはっきりするような。
Let me just confront the absolute evil.
はい。
それも一つの手ではあるが、そんなことを重荷に思う必要はないんじゃないかな。無理せずこれから先のことを考えるのも大切だよ。大丈夫。スポーツでもして汗を流せば不安感なんて吹き飛ぶさ。
What was that advice? Wait, no. What was everything you just recommended to her? It seems to me that everything will be cleared up if I see that person again. You feel that you will regain the memory you've lost. Yes, that means you must be able to employ that one. That's one means you may be able to employ it, but I don't think you should let that be a burden to you. Think about your future without stressing. Thinking about it is also without stressing is also important. And play some sports. He literally just said yes, confronting that may be able to be a means that you can employ, but also don't let it be a burden and play sports. What are we talking about? Okay. Sorry. It's not even that bad. It's just kind of random. Is he still in there? My goat? Locked in? Man, this guy has a beautiful little face. He's so fun looking. I like how nobody looks like, they look very dynamic. I feel like a lot of, like, anime, all the characters look, like, the same. They're, like, very template-esque. Oh! But I feel like the characters in this one are a little more dynamic. Which I appreciate. Oh. Yo, this guy's so great! This guy's awesome! Look, he's taking Tenma out to dinner, lunch, breakfast. Third time's a charm. Yeah, I'd frick up a breakfast and eggs, bacon and eggs, sausage and eggs. Dang. That sucks.
迎えに行く気はないんですか？
あ、なんでだよ。追んでてったのは向こうだ。なんで俺が迎えに行くんだよ。
ええ、仕事にかまけてたことを悔やんでいるみたいだから。
ふざけたこと言ってんじゃねえ。男は仕事が大事だ。
Yeah, he didn't really say that. That he regretted it. He just kind of stated it that it happened, you know? It's also ironic because Tenma has been locked in on his work too, you know? He kind of agrees. Even if he doesn't say it out loud, you know?
奥さんもあなたの体気遣ってたんですよ。
大きなお世話だ。
ニナの誕生日プレゼントかい？
ええ、やっと編み上がった。
Oh no, please don't get murdered.
小さいセーターだったのにな。
あなた本当に言うんですか？私たちの娘じゃないってことを。私このままでも。
そうだな。そんなこと。
Y'all are backing down?
ニナは私たちの娘だもんな。
おかえり。
No way, they just undid it. Right, they undecided it.
先のことを考えろか。ガイテル先生の言う通りかもね。
A new email. Don't look outside. Stay in your room. Say goodbye to your fake parents.
明日誕生日の夜7時ハイデルベルク城で会おう。
Why do you know my birthday? Well, it's obvious for homeboy to know her birthday because, you know, it's his birthday. I wonder if there's a significance to that castle. Heidelberg. Oh, he's even joining. Oh my goodness, this guy's the goat. He's a little lonesome. He respects a man on the ground as well. Is that a little bit of blush on your cheeks? Aww.
ええ、タバコやめたらね。
I wonder how long ago the wife left him.
あった。11歳の少年失踪。誘拐の可能性もあるが、今のところ脅迫など犯人からの連絡は一切なし。ネッカー通り16番地。フォルトナーという人が捜索願いを出している。
Okay, that's correct. It's Fortner.
どうしたんですか？
We're locked in.
その犯人は妹が20歳になったら迎えに行くって言ってたな。この記事の男の子がその兄なら。ほら。
Do you? Oh no! And it's today/tomorrow. Oh, it's today. That's so unlucky. Oh, look at the sun outside. He doesn't know that it's almost 7 p.m. too.
私今アルバイト。
Because he doesn't know it's the 7 p.m. thing, but it's almost 7 p.m. Uh-oh. Okay, at least she's leaving a paper trail of where she's meeting him. That was good of her to do.
ニナから電話？
ああ、友達と会ってから帰るとさ。どんな友達なんだか。
Was that the doorbell of Tenma? I heard like a bring.
かもしれない。私の記憶が。
Oh goodness.
私は知りたい。本当の私を。
But what if knowing who you? What if self-knowledge leads to suffering? You know.
とにかくその一家には危険が迫っています。
Then we're giga cooked.
連絡して警備を。
I feel like it might already be past 7 p.m. I'm scared.
ことが起きてねえのに。
ことが起きてからじゃ遅いんだ。
ことなんか起きやしねえよ。全部あんたの妄想だ。
Uh,
俺は例の4件の夫婦殺しのうち、ケルンの現場に取材に行ってるんだ。
oh wow.
あの現場は特別だった。
Good journalist.
何の目的も感じねえ。何の欲も、何の恨みも感じねえ。
For the love of the game. For the love of the game.
ああいう現場見りゃすぐにわかる。あんた20歳にもならねえ小僧が犯人だって言ってたが、そんな若造が何の感情もなしに殺しができると思うか？ありゃ小僧がしでかしたもんじゃねえ。
No, he couldn't have been a kid. He had to have been a monster.
それが問題だ。
Another cigarette?
うまく言葉が見つからねえ。どうしても言えって言うんなら、陳腐だよ。
Nobody really uses those little cigarette lighters in the cars anymore, huh? I haven't seen one of those in forever.
目の前にあの犯人が現れたら、
Whoa!
ぶち殺すね。
He doesn't have no Hippocratic oath.
ネッカー通り16番地。ここだぜ。こんばんは。夜分失礼します。
はい。
Not already dead. W.
失礼します。私、ハイデルベルクポスト
W. W. W.
新聞記者さんが何かちょっとお伺いしたいんですが
Aww.
何でしょうああこの
Wonder if he was thinking about his wife.
16年の男のお子さんの捜索願いの件で
その話はもういいです。少しお聞かせ願えないでしょうか。お宅には娘さんがいませんか。
Because now they're trying to hide it.
男の子の双子の妹さんが。お願いです。答えてください。
They don't want her to know anymore, so now they're like not letting it be true.
ケーキだよ中で誕生日パーティーのケーキを
Oh, he's looking at the cake. Fair.
9年前双子を引き取ったんですね。その妹がまだこちらにいるんですね。帰ってください。私たちミナを本当の娘としてここまで育ててきたんです。波風立てないでください。ほっといてください。あなたが
It's my line.
双子を引き取った。兄の方は頭に手術の跡が。
Ooh.
妹はだった。そうですね。
ホルトナーさんすぐに警察に知らせなくちゃいけない。あんた方と娘さんの命が危ないんだ。
I like that. Kick it up a notch.
どういうことですか。
娘さんに会わせてください。
娘は今出かけてますが。どこに。ハイデルベルク城に友達と会うとか言って。車を貸してください。
待て警察に連絡してから。
Oh no.
長々と説明している時間なんかありません。
Oh no. But now if we're leaving. Oh, we're splitting? Okay, that makes it harder for the parents to die. Because that's always a concern, right?
気をつけろ。さっき言ったように相手はとんでもねえ野郎だ。絶対死ぬんじゃねえぞ。
I like that the parents actually listen to reason and like open the door.
生きて帰ってくるんだ。そしたら
You know what I mean?
タバコをやめてやるよ。やぶ医者の言いつけ
I feel like the typical trope is that they just shut him off completely and it's very frustrating. But,
さてと警察にどう
you know.
するかな。
娘は無事なんですか。
何が起きたんです。
大丈夫ですよ。電話借りますよ。
娘に何があったんですか。
教えてください。お願いします。
落ち着きなさい。ん
Is the lines cut?
なんてこった。
Dude, I thought he was about to get his head blown apart. I preempted. Wait, okay, just hold on. Dude, I preemptively got scared because in my mind's eye, I visualized a bullet coming from stage left, hitting him in the cranium, his skull and blood brain fragments shooting out the right side of his head. And the visualization in my head scared me so much that I gasped. Oh my god. Did you it's right here. I was in full belief that a bullet was about to go right into his head. Oh my god. Like boom, like right there. Oh my god. Dude, I convinced myself of it. Okay, lock in. My brain, bro. I don't know why my brain's like this.
無事でいてくれ。アンナ。
の時間とっくに過ぎてる。やっぱりあの呼び出しいたずらだったんだわ。
Is he meeting her here? Or is he gonna be waiting at home for her? Oh. Why? How do you have loyalty to main guy? Because you're not him. He's got a gang. He's got a new gang.
あなた誰？
Also, the way it's cool that they are showing off his weapon so much because it shows like what she would be seeing, which is like I'm scared that he has a tool that could hurt me. You know, they like show that off a lot. Are you like mind broken? Why are you talking like this? Why are your eyes like this? Oh, that's actually crazy. She responded to the name though.
医者の天馬だよ。よかった。無事で。
アンナ、ドクターテンマ。
最後、うちに戻るんだ。
あなたが白馬の王子様。
Yo, if I'm Tenma, I'm freaking confused. Yo, we're being threatened. And we're freaking dead. Oh, she's got tech though. She's a technique Andy. Holy crap, she jumps in and uses her judo. Actually just saved his life. Yo, can we break his arm? Or that? Oh, the tie? Is the tie strong enough? I guess so. Yeah, I can see that being. After doing something important, aka killing the parents, is the real target. Yo, just take a nap, bro. Is he here? But he could just hire people to go do other stuff, you know? There's no way this just got... Did he watch as his underling failed? Oh, that is so rude. Oh, that is just rude. Uh-oh. Why are all the lights off? Why are all the lights off? Hello, hello. Oh, goddamn you, frick you. Yo, you know what? What? Okay, something happened. The one time that I'm like, hey, I'll just skip through the ED because, like, surely it's the same ED every time. They split into two. They split into two. What do you mean? The one time. It's been 6 episodes and I'm like... Why are they doing... like, but why are they doing that? It ain't even about, like, the music or the weird atmosphere, but, like, oh, running away. Why do we got fight? Is that a tail? It looks like I'm running with my arms, like, dragging on the ground. I have a tail. My hat is now more orange than red. What kind of creature am I? Okay. For the love of life. Oh, I'm heading to the village. What am I gonna eat? Eat people? Am I a little beast? A little beast in the wind? A little fey creature? A little witch? I need to perform a little bit of witchcraft? Witchcraft pivot? Full witchcraft pivot? Yo, what is going on? They actually gave a little bit of animation. Okay. Split into two. One of them runs into the forest. Oh, they ran different directions. I see. One ran left into the wilderness. The other ran to the town. Huh. Okay. Neither followed the moon, because the moon is only in the pictures when they are together and when they split. Presumably this is a split. This looks like a split. I mean, running into wilderness, one running to the city is, like, very interesting. That could mean a lot. This could be reflective of, like, a path, like two different pathways, or it could be reflective of, like, what the twins did. Like, one ran into the wild world, the other one ran to the home in the hearth, which would be Anna, and then Johan would be the one running off into the wilderness. But, like, huh. It's also weird to think of them as, like, so similar that they emerge from one being, you know? Because they seem so different. Maybe that'll be a big thing, though. What if they are really the same deep down? I mean, no, right? They've been characterized completely opposite. That's, like, the point of it is, like, how opposite they seem to be characterized. Dude, you know what this guy... This is the craziest thing, but while this was playing, and he had, like, the knife, in my head, it's like, okay, well, the reason why I have the thought I'm about to share is because it's all very grounded. Like, the threat in this episode is, there's a guy with, like a hedge trimmer, like a garden shears. Like, handheld garden shears is our threat, and it's one guy. You know? That is the most, like, grounded antagonistic threat that you could have. One guy with the, like, a very basic, ordinary weapon, you know? And, yeah. And so when this was happening, it made me think of GURPS, which is a tabletop role-playing system. Because I was like, bro, you could never do this in D&D because it's way too realistic and grounded, but you could absolutely do this in GURPS. That's what my brain-rotted brain was thinking during that scene. Yeah, and even when they were talking to the people in my head, talking to, like, the family, I was in my head being like, oh, this is a reaction roll. I don't even know why. I think it gives me that atmosphere for some reason. It gives me a very GURPSy atmosphere. What was this guy's name? Do I even want to learn it? Because he's going to be a freaking corpse the next time I see him. You know what I mean? He's going to be a freaking corpse. Marurer. News goat. News smoking goat. W. But yeah. Who ended up being the goat, by the way. I mean, that's a good speaking of, like, D&D and, like, tabletop roleplay, a good technique to make your players like a character, and I think it's also true to make your audience like a character, is for them to be useful. All right? Like, Maurer is introduced as, like, gross or whatever, but then he is so useful that I'm like, oh, he's in my good graces, like, immediately. Because he's helpful to Tenma, and I like Tenma, and he's not mean to Tenma, and he takes him out to breakfast. He's, like, going beyond the call of duty to be helpful and to be good. And so, to a character that I like. So I immediately like him, right? It's a very similar thing to what I do whenever I'm, like, DMing for, like a tabletop game, where it's like, if I want the players to like a character, the character will give them something. They'll give them, like a here, take this, potion of healing. Or, like, they'll give them, like, some piece of advice, or they'll give them some sort of boon, or whatever, right? That is such a useful technique to get players / an audience to like somebody. It's just usefulness, you know? That's almost like, it's funny because when you think of likability, you would probably think of, like, personality or whatever. But, like, frick a personality, just be, like, utility. That is also a likable trait, you know? But I think it's something that people don't really think of. And I think Maurer is actually a really good example of that, where he's kind of, like, a little standoffish, and for good reason. And he's got, like, a few odious habits of, like, smoking all the time and being overweight. He doesn't look, like, super likable off the rip. So, like, my very first impression was kind of mid when I saw him here, and he was just like, I was like, oh, these people hate each other, these guys stink. But then he was so useful that it's like, oh, no, I like this guy. And it got to the point that he was so useful and likable, and he had his little character arc with, like, the wife thing, you know, the little blush. the thing of like, I'll stop smoking. There's like some likable like character arc there, and like very, you know, I like that. We see him like smirking and stuff. We're getting to see, you know, we're really getting to know this guy quite a bit, to the point that when I think that he might be getting shot in the head, I freak out in the moment. Like, that shows that they were able to get this character to grow on me very quickly. Which is cool, because if you showed me the first 20 seconds, like what happened, my very first impression was like, this guy's gonna just suck and be useless, you know? Like, he's gross. He's terrible. But then they immediately just prove it wrong the entire time. So, that was cool. I think they characterized him well. Through being useful, and then also in a way of like, he's a journalist and he cares about his work a lot, so it makes sense, right? It's not just like him falling in line to the main character wanting to do main character things, you know? And he cares that like bro's passing out because he's working so hard. He's probably done that at the office all the time. And he even goes on to kind of talk about that, right? So we're able to really like understand why he like supports this thing and why he gets into it. Yeah. Whew, and the little like plot of like, do we tell her or not? It's like, why do these poor parents have to get murdered? They're gonna get murdered. They're freaking walking corpses right now, and Mara or Loki is too, because they're all chilling in the But it's also the thing of like, Johan is maybe at the site and was just watching the interaction all take place, right? It kind of reminds me of, what's the thing of like, to trick your enemy, you have to trick your friends or something. It's like that idea, right? That if like you want to be unpredictable to your enemy, you also have to be unpredictable to your allies. And so like, this would be like, oh, I'm going to not tell my underling that I'm going to stay here. And then the underling gets beaten and tied up, and like, I'm here. And the underling would be freaking confused. Like, why are you here? Why would you send me to like, you know? But that makes it super hard to actually predict where he's going to be and what he's going to do. And it allows him to just passively like cultivate information, you know? And that gives him all the power, because he gets all the information, right? And we're left running from place to place trying to get information. But in the meantime, he knows that like, if that is him, he knows that Dr. Tenma's back in the business, you know? And that's a huge piece of information. So stuff like that, right? And maybe he like predicted this was all going to happen because he's a freaking giga genius or something. I don't know. I don't know how I feel like there's a world where he, especially with the candy thing, the poisoned candy thing, I think is my evidence for this. I think there's a world where he's just so freaking smart for almost like no reason that he's like on the level of predictive intelligence, which is like borderline like a superpower, you know? I feel like could be a reality where he's just he's so smart that he can just see into the future, basically. And so, yeah. Which is basically superpower. So I wonder to what degree, like, to how intelligent he really is, and like how that's going to be expressed in the show. Because he's pretty much being glazed on intelligence at every step of the way. Like, he learned like English and French like fluent as like a 12-year-old, like within like a relatively short period of time. Stuff like that, you know? Bro's straight up on his built different track. And then I don't know how he did the poisoned candy thing, right? Like, because they opened the bag and then opened the candies. It's like, how did you do that, bro? What pieces did you have in place to like orchestrate such a thing then, you know? And then the ability to predict that a person is going, that the doctors are going to like steal your candy specifically. That already is an insane thing. Or you could just be making crazy moves and then taking advantage of the situation. Like, maybe it's less of, I know what's going to happen, and more like, I'm gonna put some poison candy out and then someone's gonna eat it and I'm gonna love it, you know? Maybe it's not even about predicting that specific events are gonna happen, but rather throwing crazy, unpredictable stuff constantly into the mix, and then being really good at thriving off of improvising, and being really good at thriving off of the chaos you commit, you know? That could be a very valid technique too. Where you're just kind of, it's not that you're like 10 steps ahead, but rather that like you're outside the fog of war or something. That you're constantly making a giant mess, but you're always one step outside the mess, which gives you like a way better perspective, and everybody else is running around in the mess. You don't have to be 10 steps ahead if like if none of your opponents know what they're doing and can't see ahead of them, you know? You don't have to be 10 steps ahead if your opponents can't even see their own feet. Boom. Something like that, right? That's kind of the maybe like another impression I could be getting from him. But right now I don't really know, because I don't really know what his schemes are, you know? So, and we're kind of in the middle of one of his giant schemes. So it kind of depends on, like, what happened. Because the lights are out when they return home? What do you mean? What do you mean the lights are out when they return home? That can't be anything good. It, like, literally cannot be anything good. And so I don't really know what we should do about that. Other than just suffer. Honestly, let's just jump into the episode and see what happens. Let's just jump into another one. Oop. There we go. Okay, episode 7. 3, 2, 1. Oh, wait. 3, 2, 1, bang. Because presumably they already got to him, you know? They being the gang that Johan's running with right now. Because he's good at getting people in a gang. We've seen that previously with the guy he shot.
君はアンナ、そして君の兄さんはヨハンという名前だった。
兄さん。ヨハン。アンナ。
If he's absolute evil, then maybe she's absolute good, bruh. Have some hope. I previously tried to put that parallel between Tenma and Johan, but I wonder if it would be between the sister and Johan, because I did I used like the yin and yang analogy. But like ironically, I think the sister so far has had pretty much a pure good morality in that she's completely like innocent and chillin'. She hasn't really had any moral tests that we've seen, so it's not really like as fair a comparison, I guess. But so far she seemed nothing but cheerful, pleasant, and nice. Whereas Johan has seemed nothing but manipulative, scary, and evil outside of his devotion to his sister and his almost parental affection towards Tenma for saving his life. You know? And then Tenma, other than his one thing of being corrupt for a little bit, is pretty much just pure good, you know? He was a little bit corrupt, though, and then regretted it, so that's, like, fine. He grew from it, right? Oh, yeah, I wonder when Lunge is gonna pull back up. Lunge. When is Lunge gonna lunge back into play? I straight be lunging on my shit. Dropping a wine glass, huh? That makes me think of death. Wine glass falls, breaks, catalyst, wine shooting everywhere, blood. It's frickin' Jover. That's all I got. Alright. House of Tragedy, and they're playing scary, squeaky music in my left ear. They're playing the music of terror. The line was cut. We're so cooked. Like they were dead as soon as they said that. He maybe thinks they evacuated to safety already, but there's no police car. You would think there'd be police cars. Yeah. The thing is, if Johan wanted, like, we're kind of cooked. All we have is Tenma and her. And Tenma is not a combatant. So if Johan got, like, some thugs to just, like, come in and, like, ruin their day, like, they could just be lying in wait and ruin their day. But he doesn't want to. He's more complicated than that. Oh, that's so sad. Dude, all three of them are already dead. The birthday cake being the first one is so sad. The first thing we see. And she's just reliving her trauma. Maybe he likes hurting her because her trauma's the purest because she's the purest. You know, her terror is the most beautiful or some shit. Because he's just repeating her past trauma. Right? Oh, I think they showed his chest inflating. With the breaths? That was actually cool if so.
生き返ってくれ。
Maru, my goat. I can't believe they gave him one episode to be my goat and then just murdered him. How did they, like, what happened that all three of them got killed? I see blood. Yo, why did you do that? That's not gonna help, bro. You were the one that shot him in the head. I like that. I frick with that energy. You thought you did. Oh, but he didn't die. Because Tenma brought him back. Yeah, so he probably killed the parents and then she killed him, presumably, but it didn't really work. That would also be her yin-yang pit of, like, darkness in her, is that she shot him. That's true. I didn't think about that. But he brought him back. That's so unlucky, man. Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying. I guess you gotta tell her. Are those the police? Who are these guys, thugs? But they didn't do the call. He put out a call? Yo, you gotta tell him what happened here. Great, googly boogly, what's this? Are you guys actually police? Who are you? Hey, aren't y'all supposed to do like a sweep of the location to see if the criminal is still on site? They walked in, saw the corpses, went, damn, and they just took the victims and left. I don't know who y'all are, but I don't trust y'all. And we know the phone call didn't come from the house. W, like racism or something? Not really. I mean, he was just asking. It's probably fine. I'm just ready for both of these guys. Yeah, we're in the middle of freaking nowhere. I was about to say, I'm ready for these guys to just turn around and go like, ah! You know, like, ah, we're not cops. Ah! Yeah. Why are we from how did you guys get here? It's almost like it doesn't make any sense. Hit the post, hit the because I know what you're doing. Look at his eyes. He has the same eyes the last guy had. Yo, how does Johan, like, meld people's brains? I put it together. The line was cut. I mean, a neighbor could have heard the murder, potentially, if it was loud and violent. Though that's... Yep, thank you. Because I think these could be true police that got, like, mind enslaved or something. He has blood on him? Oh, these are the murderers, maybe?
まさかこの
Oh no, they're the murderers. We're in the car with the murderers. Oh, that's even worse. Because yeah, Johan Loki was on set when the two met.
あの
I have to pee. Can we pull over? Hmm? Oh wait, are we spared? Are those real police? Oh my goodness, real police.
当て逃げ犯を探してますのでご協力を。あのあれメスナー刑事とミュラー刑事じゃないですか。
They're like mind enslaved.
これから署に戻られるんです。
They're like mind enslaved. I don't know if only the two are, or if all four are. I don't even know how you would do that to somebody, because it seems like a very grounded setting. Ooh.
この子が気分が悪いというので少し外の風。
W excuse, I like that one.
ああ、どうぞ。
何かしでかしたんですか。
Because I think these two random officers are actually normal, probably.
どういうことなんだ。彼らは
I'd be really surprised if all four are compromised.
しかしあの血はなんだ。誰の通報で来たんだ。サイレンも鳴らさずに。どうすればいい。どうすれば。大丈夫ですか、ドクターテンマ。
Did we ever tell him we were a doctor?
なぜ。
You just signed your own death warrant.
知ってるんです。私は名前は言ったが。
Ha! Yeah, I'm on it, bro. I'm on it.
知っているんです。
Holy. Got him! Got him! Run? The tech was like, that really was just the worst case. Like, oh, they're running at me right now. Oh, the police are running at me right now. Yeah, no thanks. Yeah, really no thanks. Holy crap, they completely got away. It's daytime. We're so back. Oh, got her little shed, made a little fire. Are we gonna be on the run? Has he compromised, like, the police government? Is that why he's such a vagrant in the OP? Are we on the run?
着替えも手に入った。パンにソーセージ、チーズ、ポットに温かいコーヒーも入れてもらった。
Termos. Termos.
よくないだろうけど。
Termos. Ball knowledge required.
とにかく着替えて。体が冷え切ってる。
The robe almost looked like a religious garb, but I'm not going to try to read into that.
人が死んでた。私とお兄ちゃんは二人でそこを歩いてた。世界に私とお兄ちゃん二人だけみたいだった。
どこだいそこは。思い出せないかい。
を超えたわ。おじさんとおばさんが励ましてくれて、とっても優しくしてくれた。お兄ちゃんが言ったわ。いい計画があるって。それから少しして、おじさんとおばさんが死んじゃった。私たちに優しくしてくれる人は、なぜかみんな死んでゆくの。でもあの日、それがなぜか分かった。あの雨の日。
リーベルト夫妻の。
It's weird, though, that Tenma wasn't killed for being nice. That specifically saving his life is an exemption to this rule of I kill people that are nice to me. I kill providers, you know?
みんなお兄 兄ちゃんが殺したのよ。だから私は銃を取ったの。お兄ちゃんに狙いをつけたの。
Yo, W murder.
お兄ちゃんその時言ったわ。笑いながら言ったのよ。撃ったら銃を窓の外へ捨てろって。ちゃんと頭を撃ってって。
I mean, if you're gonna live by it, you might as well die by it, right? Appreciate the advice on your way out, Brody.
なんで助けたの？あなたがお兄ちゃんを助けなければパパとママは殺されずに済んだのよ。どうして助けたのよ。
ここでじっとしてるんだ。私は警察に行く。昨夜の刑事たちがもし本物だとすると、ヨハンに通じている人間が警察にいるということになるが、ただこうしているわけにもいかない。いいかいにな。ヨハンは君を連れ去ろうとしている。追っ手が来たら隠れるんだぞ。食事をして温かいコーヒーを飲んで少し眠るんだ。人間はそうやって生きてるんだ。君は生きてるんだ。これからのことを考えるんだ。これからのことを。犯人の手がかりはないんですか？これまでドイツ各地で起こった殺人事件との関連は？ですから全力を挙げて捜査しておりますが、まだ詳しいことは申し上げられません。我々の調べたとこだと、フォルトナー夫妻には娘がい
The
る。
poor Fortners, bro.
その娘の行方は？それも現在捜査中です。一緒に殺されたマウラー記者はなぜあの家にいたんです？彼と行動を共にしていたっていう日本人は何者ですか？
Who saw that?
日本人。そいつが怪しい。
Hey, yeah, nobody look behind you right now. There's really not that many Japanese people here.
ドイツ班の仕業でしょうか？ハイデルベルク城。あいつも殺されたのか？とにかく詳しいことは順次発表します。すみません。どうしてください。あの、わざわざ
Oh, frick, are the cops here? The same too?
メスナー刑事、ミューラー刑事。
なんでもおっしゃってください。
Hey, guys.
捜査状況はどうですか？
とりあえず中で詳しい話を。
It sucks that he stands out so much as a Japanese person.
本物の警官だった。どうしたらいいんだ。はい、ハイデルベルクポスト。よく聞こえないよ。編集部内ごった返してるんだ。あと誰です？
We have to find that Japanese guy. Aww. We're cooked.
5時にそちらに行きます。警察には絶対に連絡しないでください。本当ですか？ガスじゃないでしょうね。もしもし。
Okay, he's trying to go for like, yeah, enough publicity. Like publicity will be my shield. I mean, that's not a bad idea. I'm low-key of the idea of like do the most unpredictable thing, which is hitchhike away. Like that's something you couldn't really like control. Oh, that's Lunge. What's up, Lunge? Oh, why you look so happy today? He had a little smile on his face. Okay, Lunge. Wait, I didn't see his last line. I was too busy flexing my neck and looking at myself. Oh, this thing could be the same perpetrator, which is not quite true. He has his tie.
そう。現場から逃げ出すルートは4つ。条件は人目につかない。
His typing gimmick is so fun.
逃げ出す先の人通りのルート。明かりの道。
Wow, he found it. This guy's a genius.
ニナ、私だ。天馬だ。ニナ、もう隠れなくても大丈夫だ。ニナ、
I swear.
まさか。ニナ、ニナ、どこだ。
Did she leave? Are you kidding me right meow? I know there's no way she got yoinked. Surely she just left.
ニナ、連れ去られてしまったのか。一人にするんじゃなかった。
Oh, a note and 2 breakfast sandwiches from McDonald's? 2 sausage egg McMuffins? What if it's just the receipt? Sorry.
あなたは医者としての仕事を全うしただけです。あなたは悪くない。サンドイッチを食べてください。
Oh, thank you.
そして少し眠ってください。あなたは生き延びてください。そして一人でも多くの人を助けてください。ニナ・フォルトナ。
Oh, she's still going by Nina.
ニナ、君はこれからどうする。
I mean, there is something to that because, like, he can probably save more lives by doing by doing doctor stuff rather than by stopping him, like, low key.
私があのモンスターを。
Because I don't think Tenma is on his. I brought him back to life, therefore I'm going to put him out of life. I don't think he's quite on that mentality. Run the ED. I'll watch it. Why not? It was weird last time it did a thing. Maybe it'll do a thing again. Oh, frick, my light's on. I usually put that off. Chat, background look better with the light? Think about it. Let me try to really feel what's happening with this thing. Yeah, I got no clue. I really tried to let that in, but I just don't know what it's doing. I mean, there's like the road at the bottom right that presumably the little imp creature is taking. The like lighting is like slightly darker in the left aimed one, but that doesn't really mean anything to me. The lighting's like maybe it's like running towards the moon's up there though. Like I presumably it's so light down in the bottom right that I assume the sunrise is like that angled over there, but like what does that mean? I wonder if it's gonna progress more or if it's just gonna be this. This thing is so intriguing to me. I don't know why. And they both got this little patchwork hat. It is straight up a duplication. They got the same patch in their hat and everything. What does it mean? And under the moon? Why under the moon? What are we doing, bro? Nina, what do you intend to do? Okay, personally, I mean, if I'm gonna go kill my brother, then I'm gonna do it without a doctor that has the Hippocratic Oath, right? I've really been leaning to the Hippocratic Oath thing, which is kind of funny, because I don't think it's even been I don't think it's been spoken as much as it's been implied, with, like, him saving people, and that it being his goal, you know? He hasn't even done anything violent. I mean, hell, when he was threatened with violence, he pretty much just got rolled, and then she had to step in and make the move, you know? So he's kind of, at the moment, I think, useless when it comes to hurting people, which makes sense because he's a doctor, right? Like, he's never had a violent impulse in his life, you know? Well, never's a strong word, but, you know, he's minimized that quite a lot. Though, like, I could see him eventually getting there, or maybe that being, like, an ultimate decision of his to make. Because there is this, like, responsibility angle of I'm the one that brought him back, therefore I'm the one that's, like, responsible for what he's done. It's also, you know, another interesting thing. It's kind of crazy how we go from, wow, this is the episode we found them dead. Holy crap, that almost felt like last episode. That was just so brutal. This scene was awesome. I actually really like the scene at the with the cops. That was so scary. But it's kind of crazy that she goes from, I can't believe you brought him back to life. Like, almost like, how dare you? And, like, she's, like, really, you know, like, if you hadn't saved him, my mom and dad would still be alive. Like, that's a pretty heavy thing to throw out. But, like, hey, spit your shit, you know? Like, you're clearly you're in your emotional state right now. Like, I totally get it. But he leaves and he comes back, and then the note is forgiving him of him already. Like, it wasn't your fault, you did what you have to do. Like, eat up. So it's kind of crazy that we kind of, like, I could have seen that being, like, a longer character arc, right? But they just kind of jumped to the end for it, which just shows how good of good of a person she is, you know? Yeah. But yeah, man, I think the murder was pretty much guaranteed. We knew the murder was going to happen. It was called, like, the Tragedy House, or the House of Tragedy. House of Tragedy. It's called the House of Tragedy, alright? So that was pretty much just, like, brutal. Again, the cake thing was such a good entrance into that. But then the foreshadowing for the cops being weird, I thought was really cool, where it's like, who called these guys? And he kind of says them all later, so I don't really need to repeat it all, but, like, who calls these guys? They don't care about the scene. They barely react to it. I was commenting, like, what are these guys doing? And the thing is, like, when I make a comment like that, I don't know if it's that the show has done a poor job of showing how a cop would act, or if the point is that the cops are not acting correct, you know? It's hard to tell if it's an execution mistake. Like, if the execution's really bad, then cops are going to be, like, not act realistic. But if the execution's really good, then there also could be a reason why the cops are not acting very realistic, you know? It could kind of go either way. And so it's a little bit of like a Schrodinger's thing where it's like, they act kind of weird. And then I'm sitting here like, well, either these guys there's a problem, or that was just a weird scene. And so it was cool to watch it just slowly devolve into being like a problem. Though the most interesting and concerning thing, and dude, their eyes. I feel like there's something about the eyes being like so small that are like almost like a sign of being under Johan's influence. Because I feel like every time, like the guy that got tied up, he also kind of had them like tiny eyes, almost like he's really scared and like his eyes are shrinking or something. Like compare the pupils, you know? His pupils are way tinier. Both these guys got tiny pupils compared. Oh, look, it's cool. Like, he's looking from left to right, and so the camera tilts left to right. That's cool. Or pans, I think. But yeah, like, their eyes, I feel like their eyes were freaking me out too. And then the really scary thing, which I was referencing, is like, what do you mean the cops are, like, normal about this? Or, like because I don't think these other, like, let's even look at the other cops' eyes. I mean, their eyes are small, but look at their faces. They're, like, actually expressing. You know? Like, he's smiling. These other guys are, like, weirdly, like, neutral, I feel like. I don't know. Maybe not. Let me look. But look at him walking up. He's got a smile on his face. This seems pretty normal. He's talking with, like, some inflection as opposed to super monotonous. The most expression bro on the right gives is that he closes his eyes, you know, and maybe is giving, like, the slightest bit of a smile. Yeah. But I kind of have the impression that, like, I mean, this guy looks so much more real in comparison. Doesn't this guy look more real compared to Underbite over here? Which, again, love that the character face designs are actually unique. This guy's got, like, a little bit of, like, an Underbite or something. Just a little bit. And so, I feel like these guys are real, but the detectives aren't real. It being that they're compromised. I think the detectives are compromised. Which then the concerning thing is, like, we could be compromising anyone, and, like, how? You know? Because if all four are compromised, that's kind of crazy. Because then it's like, okay, what? Did we, like, stage this operation where Bro is going to be, like, these two cops are going to be, like, pulling you over, so, like, to legitimize the detectives? Like, no, that doesn't really make sense that you would stage all of that, you know? I feel like you wouldn't need to back up you wouldn't feel the need to back up your story that much if you already have the detectives, like, doing their detective stuff. That feels overkill. And so, I think this was just a natural roadblock that occurred, but then since the guys that were compromised are cops, they were able to just bypass it smoothly. Yeah. And then the doctor thing just goes to prove it further, right? And then the scariest reaction... Like, look at the other cops. The other cops don't even really understand what's going on. They're not even moving, right? Like, if they were all compromised, the other two would be moving too. Because they would be like, oh, he's getting away. No. Only the detectives are compromised. The two compromised detectives. I'm going to need to write their names down. Two compromised detectives. But yeah, the other two definitely aren't. The scariest thing is just to be ran at. And I was even thinking when he was exiting the car with her, I was even thinking, like, we can't just run away. Like, she's, like, low-key almost, like, comatose right now. She's, like, deep in her mind palace, you know? So I was thinking, like, when he was stepping out the car, I was like, we can't just run. But then the bridge tech was really the saving grace, right? Like, if we didn't have the bridge, we were just cooked, because there's no way she was going to be able to run away in the state she was in, you know? And, like, low-key, I don't think Tenma got more, like, stamina compared to two detectives, right? Yeah. If the detectives were real ones, they would have swan dived into the water after them and caught them. Think about it. Come on. But yeah. So the scariest thing, I feel like we can tell if people are compromised by how their faces are. I think that's, like, there's, like, a weird lack of expression and stuff that we can focus on. Otherwise, the scary thing is, how do people get compromised? Is it fear? Are they just scared that things are going to happen? Or something? I mean, bro, last episode, he had very, like, dot eyes and talked very monotonely. So I feel like they just, like, get trapped in, like, the torture labyrinth and then get mind broken. Who's trying to go in the torture labyrinth and get mind broken? Personally, I'm not a fan. Frick. But yeah. Dude, I think the thing I'm most curious about, and this is the last thing I'll say before I'll jump into the last episode here of this set, is how is this 72 episodes? Isn't it 72 or 74 or something? 70 plus? I'm so intrigued on what is going to take so much time to unpack. Because I could see this getting wrapped up in 25, like, easy. I could even, like, low-key see this getting wrapped up in 12, you know? That there is some sort of climax found with the brother or something. But, like, 25. Like, right now, I'd guess 25. 70? That's like half of Hunter x Hunter, bro. That's crazy work. Episode 8. Let's get going. 3, 2, 1, bye. I can't believe I'm low-key. I think the joke of that's the receipt for the 2 McDonald's Egg McMuffins is unironically so funny. If I heard that joke, I would laugh at it really hard, I think. Let me just state that for the press. Ooh, water. Water pivot? Eating this is also proof of his determination to, like, continue what he's doing. Right? Because eating, he kept saying eating is strength, and so for him to eat this, it's like, I will keep fighting for this. That's like a declaration of, like, passion and intent, you know? Are we going to the OP? I want to drink this during the OP. Okay, thank goodness. Pop a Tic Tac too. I've become a big fan of Tic Tacs, by the way. I missed. Holy crap, it just flew away. Okay, pop a second Tic Tac. I think it's a good tech to always have a have a little package of like Tic Tacs or like gum, like mint gum in the car. So if you're ever like pulling up somewhere, pop a Tic Tac. Cleanse the breath. I'm sharing my knowledge with you, all right? I wonder if we're going to get a few different OPs and EDs. That'd be interesting. I mean, almost surely, right? But I don't know. I don't really know how the rules work with, like... That is him pulling an entire Glock. That's true. I wonder how the standard, though, is for OPs and EDs in, like, an older series. He does pull the Glock. Yeah, I bet there's a little bit of a character arc for him to be ready to commit violence like that, though, which will be fun to see. This is the right episode, yeah? Yeah, okay. We went back, chapter 8 pursued. We went back to doing hospital work? We just went home? Oh, hello. Are you the... What is your name? I can't believe you're in the show again. I don't even think I wrote your name down because I thought you would never come back. I can't believe she's back. For what? Or are you trying to get freaky here in bed? Dang, she's still hung up on him. Yo, I should drink by myself in my room. Low key. Imagine seeing this woman doing that and actually thinking that. Holy. That is brain rot. Another one? Was that whiskey? Is that Lunge? Oh, she is so hungover.
奥様申し訳ございません。警察の方が。
警察？
お久しぶりです。エヴァ・ハイネマンさん。
Ava.
誰あなた？
Ava.
9年前のお父様の事件の際にはお世話になりました。連邦捜査局のルンゲです。
Ava.
ルンゲ？ああ。下がっていいわよ、ホルス。
はい。
And before Horse is the real antagonist.
思い出した。
Johan's a fake out.
事件もろくに解決できないヘブ。
Damn. Alright, you're as rude as ever.
私に何の用なの？
お父様の死後もこの大邸宅をこうして維持されているとは大したものですね。いや、以前にも増して調度品など豪華になったようだ。
父の遺産と離婚の慰謝料で私がどれだけ儲けたか見に来たってわけ。
And settlements from your divorces.
ご覧の通りよ。何不自由ないわ。何かお気に入りのものがあったらお持ち帰りになって。私はお酒があればそれで十分。
Man, this woman is so miserable.
今日はちょっとお見せしたいものがありましてね。このネクタイなんですがね。
ネクタイ。
見覚えありませんか？覚えてらっしゃらないかもしれない。9年前の品ですからね。シンプルな柄ですが、よく見ると折り柄が非常に凝っていて、なかなかいい品ですよ。
それがどうしたの？
いや、苦労しましたよ。何しろ9年前の品です。しかし運よくこの商品は、その店の上得意
Holy, this guy's dedicated.
生産品でしてね。
He's about to pull back up to Dr. Tenma and be like, interesting.
あなた、これを買われて誰かにプレゼントな
Isn't that strange that twice now you've arrived near a murder?
ですがね。
殺人。さあね。男にプレゼントなんて山。
I wonder if she actually remembers and she's defending him. That'd be interesting. Not all of them. One of them was into you genuinely, bro.
知らないって言ってるでしょ。どいつもこいつも金目当て。私を心から愛する人間なんかいやしないわ。だから逆に慰謝料山ほど踏んだくってやったのよ。3回ともね。ざまあみろだわ。あなたも何か欲しい？何か欲しいの？言ってごらんなさい。その代わり高くつくわよ。
また伺います。何か思い出したらご連絡ください。
今度来るときはお酒の一本も持ってらっしゃい。
Whew.
失礼。
Man, that was a heavy pour. It is still such a crazy thing that humans drink poison to get through their days. Like, I get it. Like, I don't even blame them. Like, I get it. That is such a sad facet of life. That people do that. Like, imagine. That's so sad. I want people to have the strength to be happy. Oh, it is fun to see her face, like, soften like that. Oh, but she declined him here. This was her bad.
エヴァ、君からお父さんに言ってくれないか。 僕は間違ったことはしていない。僕はただ休館を運び込まれた順番通りにオペしただけなんだ。
She's regretting it. But does she regret it because... I think she regrets it genuinely, which is sad. But there's also the component that he is successful now, you know? He is the successful hospital director, everything she ever wanted in a partner. And so like, I wonder if that is at all why she's thinking the way she's thinking, or if it is purely like that she was genuinely loved for what she was for a moment, and that she's never been able to find that again because she's just been with the worst people because she's the worst herself, you know? You gonna go visit? Oh, he actually listened to a homegirl. I mean, might as well. What else do you do?
来月娘の結婚式なんだが出席できますかね。
ええ、大丈夫です。でも宴会で羽目を外さないでくださいよ。
ありがとう。諦めてたんだが、ドクター天馬のおかげだ。
ヘスさんが頑張ったからですよ。
あんたがずっとついていてくれたら、娘どころか孫の結婚式まで。
See, like he can do so much good by being here. And like every time that he has to that he's gonna go out and deal with Johan, assuming that it doesn't come just to his door over and over, which like low key is about to happen with Lunge. But like whenever he does that, like he's leaving this place where he's able to do so much good. Damn. Wait, this scene low key. Lock in. What's Eva got going on? Wonder if he can smell the alcohol in her breath. Oh yeah, I found my dead father. Oh, he looks so ghoulish in that shot. Like, his right eye looks so bulging in the faraway shot. It's so nasty. Man, he was such a goat in that scene. He was not resting. What a goat. Love an impromptu river swimming. He is not very enthused with this. It's true, but like, what does she have to actually give? Like, Loki.
君の気持ちは嬉しいけど受けられないんだ。それじゃ。
待ってケンゾー、私黙ってたんだから。
You said a good amount. Oh, I defended you.
あなた、あのネクタイで何かまずいことでもあるんじゃない？
Whoa. She did defend him.
確かに私があなたにプレゼントしたものだわ。
Good on her for that.
私の言う通りにすれば待っていてあげるわ。
You would manipulate me?
僕には
You would blackmail me? You see the little grin she got on her face when she thought she had leverage over someone? You can't have leverage over someone that's pure in heart. That is something someone like you will never understand. That's only known manipulation and betrayal. You would think that would be enough, huh?
全部言うわよ。ネクタイのこと警察に話すわよ。全部言ってやる。9年前お父様たちを殺したのも全部あなたの仕業だって。
Hey, she had her chance. See, the worst part is I think she is a little more, like, a little grown from last time, but it's just not nearly enough. It's just not nearly enough. Girl still sucks. You actually went and told? I thought you were just bluffing a little bit. And he's resigning. Are you really kidding? Dude, she sucks. Oh, he's really just doing his own thing. He really don't give a frick, man. He just walked out. I want to get back with you. Walks away. I'll tell them everything. I'll tell them everything I know. I'll blame you for everything. Walks away. Resigns. Wait, don't resign. I don't believe any of the... Walks away. Just wait. Lunge pulls up. Walks away. My goat's on his movements. That detail with the tie really screwed us, huh? Is he already out? Not gonna lie, they love his ass, alright? Good luck trying to get anything out of any of these people. First person that says where Tenma is, I rock. Unless he's just posed up in a chair waiting for them, because that would be Oh, that's why I said they love his ass here, dude. Yeah. Yeah. He's pure of heart. That gives him so much power. Something Eva could never understand. Could never use. So, dude, did they help him escape in an ambulance? Wait, that's actually tech. Oh, man. Those are some real-ass employees, bro. Yeah, you know how it goes, bro. I'm just on my shit, bro. Hey, I'm gonna go figure out the real murderer. See, that's the crazy thing. Now he's, like, way back into the problem again, right? Like, now he has to clear his own name to get his job back. Like, he like, low-key left the plot by going back. But then, in leaving the plot just came to his door. He should die. See, that's the thing. I said, like, he's never, like, been that aggressive. And I said, well, not quite never. I did backstep on never because he did have that moment. It's true. So he and Anna are very similar then, because both of them have had their violent moment, but otherwise are very, pacifistic and nice and gentle and sweet.
死んでいたはずだったんだ。先生が僕を生き返らせてくれたんだ。
They're really just making him feel shitty for the, like, good thing that he did. Like, he does something that, like, I agree is good, and, like, he has every reason to believe is good, and then just the world punishes him as much as possible for it. Well, not quite, because he did get the better position, and the blah blah blah, but, like, morally, it gets as, it basically goes as wrong as it can go, morally. Even if it goes very right for him, like, mechanically, or, like, economically, and, like, position of power-ally. A 5-month time skip, dude. We love time skips. Are we on the run from the police? Did we just pivot to a fugitive time skip? Oh, that's him. It's funny because he's Japanese, so, like, low-key, he would be so recognizable. Oh, we got the Glock on us. Apologies, Dr. Tenma. Oh, wait. You resigned. I guess you're free from the Hippocratic Oath. That's actually a good point. He did just resign. So no wonder he pulls the blicky. I'd be pulling the blicky too if I just put in my resignation for being a doctor. Wait, is Hippocratic Oath for life, or is it only in your employment as a doctor? Is Hippocratic Oath for life, or just employment? Lifelong ethical commitment. I think it's lifelong. Wait. Oh, that's funny. As of 2018, all U.S. medical school graduates made some form of a public oath, but none used the original Hippocratic Oath. A modified form or an oath unique to that school is often used. Interesting. That's cool. It looks like the background is the same this time. I'm just going to stop it. That's actually cool. I wonder what the original Hippocratic Oath is. Wait, Loki? Wikipedia pivot? Text of the oath. Okay. Oh, it's in ancient Greek. I can't read that. Oh, it's kind of long. I'll just read the first paragraph because it's fun. I swear by Apollo Healer, by Asclepius, by Hygeia, by Panacea, and by all the gods and goddesses, making them my witnesses, that I will carry out, according to my ability and judgment, this oath and this indenture. And then a bunch of other text. To hold my teacher in this art equal to my own parents? That's a crazy line. That's funny. Yeah, so the oath actually seems... Oh, here's the part that, like, I think people use colloquially. They use normally as the Hippocratic Oath is, I will, into whatsoever houses I enter, I will enter to help the sick, and I will, and I will abstain from all intentional wrongdoing and harm, especially from abusing the bodies of man or woman, bond or free. That's more similar to, like, the usual use of the Hippocratic Oath. Interesting. That's cool. Okay. Yeah, we got the blicky now. What'd he say? What'd he say at the very end here? I got the blicky and I'm ready to use it. I don't know if I can meet up with him or not, but I have to go there. I have to go to Verdun. So yeah, he's going there presumably to finish the job. That's crazy. He just really like, he's on his next stage of his character arc just like that, bro. We're actually kind of moving breakneck speed a little. Like, not breakneck. Like, the pacing's not way too fast. The pacing's good. Pacing's solid. I'm just very surprised. Like, that's what I mean by, like, 70 episodes. Like, knowing that has really made me caught off guard by, like, stuff moving like this, you know? Whereas, like, him even having a blicky and being able to use it, presumably on Johan, is in and of itself kind of a really big character move. And is a huge change from how he was originally, you know? Yeah. It's also really interesting. I liked the Eva stuff they did this episode. I thought that was interesting. And they, like, paint her more sympathetically, like, showing how, like, genuinely torn up she is. But they don't use that sympathetic angle and those genuine feelings of hers as a catch-all for her behavior. And as a, like, a way to void how she really is, you know? Where, like, her, before she's rejected, is kind of pleasant and nice, and I think genuine in how she feels. And I don't think she wants to marry him just to divorce him and take all his stuff. You know, I think she actually would be, like, she just wants to be loved by him again. But of course, Dr. Tenma on his grind set, and, like, what does she have to actually offer him? Especially if, when things don't go her way, instead of being able to, like, have any maturity, she immediately attempts to blackmail. Like, and look at her face. She's, like, this is her, like, hurt, and she's defending herself, and, like, trying to be like, I'm here for you. And then, boom, right here, you can see she goes snake mode. This is, like, genuine mode, and then her eyes shift, and she gets happier, and her eyes, like, widen, and she gets, like, crazy mode activated. She's sympathetic. Oh, and then she's like, oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. So, like, they do some good, like, facial expression stuff there. If you do as I say, I'll keep quiet about it. Aura maneuver. I can't believe that she actually went and told, though. Like, you're gonna be that upset at getting rebuffed? She's probably thinking to herself, like, previously it's like, oh, I got declined because I was being bad. But this time, I was being genuine, and I was being good. Why am I not being rewarded for that? And then she goes bad again. It's like, bro, that's the funny thing about being genuine and good. It doesn't guarantee success. The options that try to guarantee success are usually the evil ones. The good ones of, like, genuine emotional appeal don't guarantee success. It's like inherently non-controlling, you know? Because controlling behavior is usually the manipulative evil behavior. And so she does the non-controlling, like, good, genuine behavior, isn't rewarded for it, because guess what? That's how that behavior works. A lot of the time you're not rewarded for that, because the point isn't the reward. The point is, like, the point of good isn't the reward. The point of good is good. It's about doing the right thing because it's the right thing, LMAO, you know? And so she does the right thing, but then isn't rewarded for it, and then she stops doing the right thing because she's like, well, why am I doing this? You know? So she takes a step. At least she tries to do something genuine and good, I think. Like, she's trying to do something genuine and true to herself that isn't malicious or, like, manipulative, but then when it doesn't go her way, she immediately just retreats back into being malicious and cruel and manipulative, you know? Which I think is realistic. I think it's realistic character writing, so I like that. And I like how they set it up as sympathetic and played with that a little bit. Her actually getting to be, like, a real character. I'll write her down in my list just so I don't forget her name. Real quick. Next to Dr. Heinemann, Eva. Woman. That's my only note for her. Woman. I'm also glad that I clocked that she recognized the tie and covered for him. That was a fun detail. I thought, though, that my thought was that she would cover for him, but then when he saw the photo, that'd be enough for him to put it together himself, and he would still go get Tenma. But her specific, like, admission of that evidence got him to be able to, like, mobilize the police force, which was the real ouchie ouchie. That was the real Aichi mama. Ouchie mama. I wish I could read this. I guess it's just his resignation. So not really too much of a point. The Tenma looks like a J a little bit. Genma. Yeah. But yeah, he really peels out. I also really liked the people defending him and, like, the ambulance defending him. And it's like, blackmail ain't gonna work on him. And the genuine people are gonna take care of him because people like good people and kind people, and they're gonna stand up for each other, you know? And it's like, this is almost like the perfect distinction between, it's like Machiavellian, okay? It's, dare I say, it's Machiavellian. The idea of, I think that Johann is using fear to control people and basically get them to like do his stuff. Like he's like freaking people out and like doing something. That's, I think, how he's getting the cops to do stuff. And otherwise it's just a force of like terror, right? So he uses fear to control people. Whereas Johann gets people to help him because they like him. And this is the perfect example. Like all the sick patients and the employees of the hospital all work together to defend him because they like him, because they love him, you know? And Machiavelli in The Prince wrote that like love is worse than fear as a method of control because you can't control people's love for you, but you can control people's fear of you. Love is something that people give to you and therefore you can't control it. Love is that. Fear is something that like you enforce on them and therefore you can control it. That's Machiavelli 101, right? And so Johann is like embodying that Machiavellian trait, I think, of control through fear, which I was kind of, I don't know, I almost want to draw a comparison between like Ava and her whole, you know, she goes manipulation mode and stuff when it doesn't go her way type beat. There's probably a comparison you could draw there a little bit, but he, I think, and I still don't know exactly how he functions and how his underlings function, but I think he controls people through fear, or if nothing else, has like a very like strong attachment to terror, like the idea of terror and fear itself. Whereas Tenma, people love Tenma because Tenma's nice and sweet and the goat and helps people, and that's how he gets people to like help him and is helped by people. And therefore the ambulance tech is like exactly that, right? So that's really interesting. That they're both getting, they're not working as individual agents. They both got their squads in a sense, even if Tenma only has it like temporarily in that moment. But it's coming from like opposite places of control, which I think is cool. But now he's got the blicky and he's ready to, you know what I mean? And he knows where to aim because he's a doctor. Never piss off a doctor. They know how to make it hurt. You know what I mean? But yeah, so that's a thought, which is cool. And I should probably continue, like, what's it called? Like the dark triad or some shit? I don't know. I haven't read like dark psychology because it's a bit like, how do I say this? It's a bit Sigma meme for my tastes. To reference the previous thing I mentioned, where the only picture I've seen of Johann was pretty much something akin to this, in like a Sigma edit of like evil manipulators. Like, this is how you gain control over people. You manipulate through genius, manipulation, dark psychopathy, dark psychology, the dark triad. You know, it's like shit like that. And it's like, oh, cool. I think Machiavellianism is actually, I think the dark triad's a thing. I'm gonna look it up. I think the dark triad's a thing, and I think Machiavellianism's in the dark triad, which is funny that I brought it up. Yeah, dark triad personality test. Yeah, oh my god, it literally is. The three parts of the dark triad are, and I'm reading this, Machiavellianism, narcissism, and psychopathy. So like narcissism and psychopathy, obviously also you can just connect in. So it's like, bro, he's the dark triad. Think about it, bro. So that's funny. That's really funny that call absolutely works. And like psychopathy is easy for him because, you know, he's indifferent to the suffering of others, or perhaps even likes it, but he's very cold in that way. And then narcissism, it's all about me. Let me just do my thing. Other than with his sister, he's probably narcissistic, right? Yeah. So, but yeah, I usually don't like, it's like, what does that even mean? Like, I don't know. I guess they're just traits you like push onto people. But I think there's like this culture, it's like this subculture of, and it's not a subculture of psychology, but like pop psychology. It's like, I think there's like a subculture of pop psychology that is like people like that don't really engage in psychology seriously, using things like the dark triad or whatever to feel Sigma and to feel cool and to be like, I'm a genius manipulator, fear me, you know? And I just find that to be very cringe, you know? So I think that I like have like an aversion from that. But I do think that's a component of like pop psychology. And by pop, I kind of mean like an Instagram reel that is like talking about like psychology. It's like, well, that's different than actually like studying it. You know what I mean? Or like going to a therapist. Those are very different things. Where you can be like, oh yes, I understand Machiavellianism, and therefore I have control over people, and I understand basic human functions and basic human like how humans function, like pathways or whatever. Like, oh, I understand that people grieve. Now I have a deeper insight into the human condition that will let me take advantage of it. You know, I just find that to be kind of weird. And I think it's like a weird subgenre. Anyways, I've kind of looped a little bit on that. Yeah. And then I wonder if you could like use it a little bit for her too. Which I kind of mentioned, where she tries to be manipulative and she does seem kind of self-centered, which is like narcissistic. And then, you know, maybe a tiny bit psychopathic by not caring about Tenma when he was doing stuff earlier, but she's a much more like grounded and human example of being the worst in those traits, as opposed to Johan, who is like, oh, he's actually like a psychopath serial killer. That's like a completely different like conversation, you know. But there is a little bit of like cross comparison to be made, and she does have like a real genuine side, right? She's not like a GG psychopath, you know. She's just a person that has some like character traits that are kind of bad, you know. She has some like dark triad, to use the term that I just said how much I hate. She has like character traits that fit into that, but she's not like embodying it as much. Something like that. What's the comparison to dark triad? I mean, might as well complete it. Where does dark triad even come from? Let me just do this. Dark triad origin. Who wrote this? Psychological theory of personality, first developed by Delroy L. Paulhus and Kevin M. Williams in 2002. Okay. Is there like a light triad? I think there is. Let me just look that up real quick. Light triad. Humanism, Kantianism, and faith in humanity. It's funny. It's Machiavellian Kant. Those are two things I can actually talk about. Humanism. Who's humanism? Just human potential, reason, value. I feel like there's a person I've read that's humanist, but I don't really know off the top. Anyways, I know Kant better than I know whoever this is. Whatever humanist I think I've read. I know Kant way better. I don't like Kant, fun fact. That's why I would just immediately be against the light triad, because I think Kant is stupid. Not stupid's the wrong word. I just don't like deontology. I'm not a huge fan of like the universal, like applying everything universally. I think it's just silly. And guess what? My boy right here doesn't agree either, because he's like, he took the Hippocratic Oath. He doesn't want to hurt people. He doesn't want to kill people, but also like, hey, he's willing to pull the glicky out. Okay, that's a little bit like, I don't know. I would have to do a way harsher reading into like deontology to be able to like classify this behavior and to see if this is like him being expressly non-Kantian. I'd have to like pull up the text and like blah blah blah. But you know, there's probably something here, because I don't think Kant was specifically pacifistic. The typical thing that Kant is memed on is by saying that you can't lie, because as soon as you lie, it abandons the world state of truth, if that makes sense. Something like that. It's been a little while since I read him, but yeah, like that's what he's usually memed on, is like, if it's the classic example, which is kind of funny because of the show, would be like, you're hiding Jewish people in your basement, and the Nazis are knocking on your door and they're asking, hey, you got any Jewish people in your basement? They wouldn't say it that nicely. They would say something a lot worse. But they ask that question, and you're like, well, according to my deontology, I'm gonna have to say yes. Though I think that's like the non-charitable reading of that interaction, which points out that deontology is stupid. Though the more charitable reading to make deontology look less stupid would be something like, instead of lying, you would just try to avoid. So you'd be like, I'm not sure what you mean, you know? You would like not lie, but you would still try to cover for it as much as you can, right? I think that would probably be closer to what a Kantian would do, like a very like hard stuck Kantian. That's a problem with a lot of moral philosophies. They're just too rigid. It's really hard to have one that's like diffuse enough to be able to like apply to the plethora of decisions that you have to make in your own reality. And it's like the real icing on the cake, or the silver bullet. There's always a million silver bullets out there, so it's tough to that's a funny term, a million silver bullets. That's almost like counter. I like that term. I should write a poem about that. 1 million silver bullets. Anyways, what was I saying? Oh yeah, that's like the typical thing against deontology, but I don't know if thou shalt not kill. I don't think that's a position that Kant would have. But I would just need to double check. I'm not even sure. Wasn't that useful? Wasn't that a good use of analysis and discussion for me to say, as a matter of fact, I don't even know. W analysis, W conversation. This was a good episode though. Pursued. It chasing him back home is cool. Him going back home I appreciate too. Because I think that was very good of him, because going back to his doctor thing is like kind of the most morally good thing he can do. But now he has to like save his own life now. You know? It really changes it. Like now it's his own life and his own profession that is under threat from the environment. And so that's very different than him going out of his own way. It's funny, as soon as his own life and profession is under threat, he pulls the blicky. You know, it kind of does change things when it gets personal like that. When it follows you back home in a way that hurts you, it does make it more personal, you know? And it does kind of change perhaps like some moral judgments, right? Where it's not like you're doing it to help someone or to like redeem like some guilt you feel, but it's like, oh, like you're actually coming to my home turf now. Like you're getting that much in my life. Through the police, of course, through the murder thing, which is a bit of a ripple effect, but still. Anyways, I think that's a good spot for this episode. Woo! Chunky, but pretty good, pretty enjoyable so far. I'm happy that it's pretty fast-paced, considering how long it is. I thought it would be very slow-paced, and it still is a little slow-paced, but it's fine. It's like well within my comfort zone, which I appreciate. But that's all for this one, episode 8. On to the next one, be exciting. Yo, what is up, everybody? Welcome back to React ND. Tonight on episode 9 of Monster. Last time, Tenma's pulling up with the blicky. He escaped from the hospital after the police pulled up. We also met Anna, aka Nina Fortner, but like now she's starting to recollect with her past, and is not feeling the best about it, and she's missing now, so we don't really know where she went. So a lot of elements a lot of places we could be going, but Tenma's said bye to the Hippocratic Oath. That's probably the most important thing. So let's just jump into episode 9 and see what he does with his newfound freedom and blicky. Let's get this going in. Run. He also hasn't shaved in a minute, if I remember correctly. I have a Tic Tac in my mouth, by the way. That's what that sound is. All right, lock in. And he looks just like the guy, but with a little bit of a stubble. This driver is unaware, dude. This driver, actually foolish, man. Talk about it. Talk about it. Yo, give me some Dr. Pepper. You know what I'm thinking about right now? I'm thinking about the ED. Just conceptually. I don't know why that ED entrances me so much. Yeah, Tenma's pretty much like this Tenma that we see in the OP. I feel like he's drastically approached this state where he's like a little rodent now. He's in his scrungly era. What are those things called? Like a rail car? I only know them because of that one Mario level. Mario Kart. You know what I mean? That's a good Mario Kart level. I love that Mario Kart level. Alright. Monster. Anna. Johan. Anna. Lock-in. The girl and the seasoned soldier. I wonder if it's the blind guy. He was a seasoned soldier. Aww. Yo, whose kid is that?
フランス外人部隊出身。フリーランスになった後、79年、ニカラグアの戦闘に参戦。81年から84年までアフガニスタンの反政府ゲリラに加担。87年、モサドのイスラム急進
Mossad mentioned. Holy shit. Yo, we're in some crazy territory. Hugo. Okay, I'm just gonna write the name Hugo down.
よほど優秀な生徒さんたちが卒業していくんでしょうな。うちの若いもんもぜひあなたのレクチャーを受けて鍛え直していただきたいもんですな。
Wow, the shade.
ちなみにこの男は優秀でしたか。5ヶ月ほど前、あなたの訓練所に現れたはずなんですがね。メスを握れば天才だが、銃を握ってもその素養はありましたか。
教え子に関しては話したくないんだ。
Oh, wait, did that actually happen then? Bro had an off-screen training arc? W? Oh, a squirrel. No. Check that out. Okay.
銃を習ったことは。
いえ。
我流で撃ってた口か。
いいえ。撃ったことがないんです。
一度もか。
はい。無茶なお願いなのは分かっています。でも、あなたにお願いするしか。
This is insane. What an insane...
うちに来たらそれまでの銃の経験を忘れてもらってる。だが。
Bro is training with a special agent mercenary Giga.
人間は初めてだ。
That's gotta be a metaphor. That's gotta be a metaphor. Oh, hi, child. It's probably his child then, the one that was playing, that was splashing in the water. Because bro was in the police station.
はい。
Man, I'm not gonna lie, he's kind of locked in. Yo, I remember doing this in elementary school. I was really not ready for this. Go, Tenma, go. Jump rope for 8 hours today. When I pay for the, what do they call those? The, like, men's, how to be a man camp. When I pay for man camp and I just jump rope for 12 hours a day for a full week. And then they send me home. I didn't learn shit. Yo, what's up? You got the craziest forehead, child. Respectfully.
そんなに睨まなくてもやるよ。私は やらなくちゃいけないんだ。アトリだ。ひな鳥の餌でも探しているのかな。
Hell yeah. Yo, W Bird. How was that for commentary? All right, Luckin. Sorry. I feel like I'm like my Zoomer brain is really like I'm having like the slightest urge of like a my attention span being weak, but I'm locked in. All right.
食うのもトレーニングのうちだ。
はい。お子さん、いや、お孫さんですか。
いや、
She like the kid of some. I was about to say exactly that verbatim. Holy shit.
あの子の目の前でな。ミャンマーでだ。
The daughter of someone that he killed, right?
ジャングルの掘ったて小屋に逃げ込んだら、あの親子がいた。母親は銃を構えていた。一瞬遅かったら俺が撃ち殺されていた。それで俺があの子を連れてきたってわけさ。俺と暮らして以来、あの子は一度も笑ったことがない。一生俺を恨んで生きるだろう。銃を持つとそういうことになる。それが嫌なら銃なんか持たないことだ。
Is she coming back out? What's up? Oh, to clean up dishes. Wow, this is such an uncomfortable, like, environment. I feel like there's a little bit of a parallel between her and Johan, just to the way that they both, like, one used a scalpel, one used a gun, and they both have kind of, like, have a kid that's not theirs that views them as a parent, in a sense, though it's kind of weird and complicated, and there's, like, an element of, like, antagonism inherent in it. Something like that, right? It's, like, maybe a connection you could make. Oh, he feeling good. Oh, he hungry. You see the way he leaned forward like that? Bro, the snacker. Okay. Bro, he's hitting that runner's high, bro. And the runner's low. Alright. Aww. Stage 1 complete. Oh, that's smart to have a firing range in low ground. So like if you had it on high ground, then if you missed, the bullet would just go wherever. But having it in like a ditch, you know, that makes sense. Oh, okay. Always fire twice. It's gonna be loud. Oh, I like this background OST. This is sweet. This would be a nice life, living out in the woods. Oh, that's adorable. Wait, that's so sweet. Little cultural exchange. Oh, that's so sweet. Oh, she intuitive with it. She might have already done it from like her culture. Oh, she seems pleased. Oh, bro is fumbling over there. No, wait, go reach for it. He just abandoned that piece. He let that piece just roll off the table. What a guy. Wow, that's a mean mug. That piece just despawned. That's so sad. Oh, getting the fast draw skill. Let's go. That's another GURPS reference. I'm just gonna keep doing it. Can't stop me. Unironically, what's happening though? That's like why it's such a good comparison. Like, oh, the inner workings of a gun is so cool. As a kid, I took apart like a BB gun just to like figure out how it all worked. I remember like spending like a long time messing with that. I've never done that with a real gun though. I just love the mechanic. It's so mechanical and like I don't know. It's very satisfying. Praying? The baby.
アトリのヒナだ。巣から落ちたんだな。ダメだよ。巣に返さなくちゃ。死んじゃうぞその子。巣から離して育てるのは大変なんだ。めったに育て上げることなんてできやしない。巣に返そう。
Dang, there's like a comparison to her being a bird out of its nest, out of her nest, you know? Because her mom got... Brrr. Sorry, that was a bit of a painful way to put it, but that is kind of what happened. Aw, the baby. Tenma is such a good guy. Aw, it's her smile.
3秒だ。3秒で全てが決まる。一瞬でもミスや躊躇があれば撃ち殺されるのはお前だ。
Yo, what happened to my doctor, bruh? What happened to my doctor?
どんな成績で卒業していきましたか。
技術面では満点だ。基礎体力もついた。なんといっても集中力が抜群だ。ただ銃で人を撃つとなると別問題だ。
He ain't got the mentality.
最初のやつが撃てるか撃てないか。
Or maybe he do. Yet to be determined. True.
銃を使えるか使えないかのね。
なるほど。彼はどちらに進みます
Wait, this guy's low-key exposing his client. This is brutal.
まあ、それはいい。
By even talking about any of this, you know?
彼の行方を
Let's see if he keeps talking. I appreciate that.
知っているのなら教えていただきたいですね。
It's cool. They have like a B plot, A plot thing where the B plot is him getting interrogated in the future about what's going on in the A plot.
お世話になりました。
That's pretty cool.
残りの受講料をお支払いしておきます。それと肉じゃが食べてください。
Aw.
本当にありがとうございました。
Hey, you're getting the hang of it? Nope. You getting the hang of it? Nope. And that one's not off the table.
So.
Aww. He like low-key cured the hatred a little bit just by making the environment one that she felt like comfortable in, you know? That's so sweet.
彼の行方を知ってるんでしょう。
Aww. That's cool. Like he owes Tenma,
それは言えない。
yeah, in a way for that. So he wouldn't switch up on his boy.
ください。
こちらへ。
Oh, and then they connected. The plots are also connected by her because she's gonna be the one playing in the rain. Aw, that's so sweet. Oh, oh. Yo, Tenma's the greatest mother of all time. Low-key. It's cute. He was also like tearing up, but in the rain, it's like harder to tell. But he was definitely tearing up there. Aw, that's so sweet. What a cute little like I don't know. I like her the use of her character. Like it's a really interesting little tool to like add like an emotional beat to the literally a training arc. What like a interesting little thing. It's probably the end, yeah? Yeah, wow, that's cool because they made it into like it made it into like a I don't know, it like fleshed out into a bigger story. It made it like a self-contained little thing. Because we're probably not going to see those people again, but maybe we will. I don't know, let me write daughter is of the mom he killed trained Tenma to fire guns and stuff. Okay, cool. Hugo, my goat. This is a preview. Do they do previews? Yo, look at this guy. I don't frick with previews, but I'll let it slide just this once because look at this guy. Wait, Loki, why does he look like me, but like 20 years from now? This is me 20 years from now if I start balding. Not when, if. Come on. Nah, if, not when. But like, Loki. What is it? I think that's it. I think that's actually it. Anyways, I don't know if we got her name. I don't think we ever heard her name. If she did, if we got her name, I missed it. Hugo Bernhardt. I'll go ahead and while I'm here, write his last name down too, because I hadn't originally. Yeah, I also wonder how Lunge figured out. I wonder how he even figured out that this was happening. That's a big thing for sure. You aided the Afghan rebel guerrillas. You played a central role in the Mossad's secret operation to assassinate Islamic extremists. I'll bring this up just lightly. Like, I know that there's a lot of conspiracy around Mossad all the time, but I have literally no clue about anything other than like it's a thing like that people like politically get conspiratorial about. So it's really like that connection is really, I don't know, interesting to me that he was like part of that in some sort of thing there. Yeah, that's cool too, because like it's actually a little weird how this isn't the first time that a character has had a connection to like some political elements, but those elements aren't actually like, at least currently, like main plot. They're not like actually that important yet. Because for Hugo, he's had these like previous, well, was he a mercenary? I think he was a mercenary. Oh, well, what was this called? The girl in the seasoned soldier? Maybe soldier's better. I thought the word mercenary was used. Am I cricking merc? Okay. Oh yeah, such a mercenary, since a mercenary such as you. He called him a mercenary, but either way, he has these like previous connections, and then Johann's family, the Leiberts, had the West Germany, East Germany thing going on. So it's interesting how like how much of the setting, which is like real world as far as I can tell, like it seems to be trying to be pretty much like it's just realistic fiction, yeah. There's no like insane like like what's the typical thing, like Nazi magic stuff. Do you know what I'm talking about? Where like, or like kind of like Captain America-esque with like Red Skull and all that. Like I've seen like elements of the supernatural in fiction be mixed in with like Nazi era or like being related to like Nazi stuff before. Kind of like Loki Agartha coded. So I don't think it's doing any of that. I think it's trying to be a lot more grounded and realistic. But point being, it's interesting how much of that comes up. I think it's just to kind of like establish setting and to like make it feel more like interwoven into how the world was at this point in time, which is cool. And I wonder how to what degree that's going to manifest in like actual like plot. Like, is that ever going to affect Dr. Tenma like specifically, you know, or not as much. Right. The child's mother was shot and killed by me. Yeah, unlucky. I mean, for him to like take her, bring the child and like give her a home is like something. Because otherwise, like she's just kind of cooked, you know. So that's interesting. And I think I kind of said it during the episode, but there is like, I think an interesting parallel to be made between him and Tenma, where he took an action as part of his occupation of killing people, soldier. He took an action and it resulted in like a child being in a situation, and then he took responsibility for it by like taking her in. Whereas Tenma, kind of the polar opposite, doctor, so instead of ending lives, he saves lives. He saves a child instead of killing the mother. He saves the child that killed its mother. So it's like even like the girl and Johan are like kind of flipped opposites of each other, where the girl had her mother killed, but Johan killed his mother, and also his father, like all the Liberts, right? And so Tenma also is taking responsibility, is trying to take responsibility for his kid, Johan, in the same way that Hugo has taken responsibility for the girl. But when Hugo's doing it, he's giving her a life to live. And when Tenma's doing it, he's ending the life that he saved. Like, that's crazy. Hugo is giving a life to the character who he spelled death around by killing the mother. And then Tenma is trying to end the life of a character he saved. And so it's so weird that they're doing almost the same thing, but it's like all the details are like reversed. So it's kind of like a fun parallel, you know? So that was pretty cool. And then for Tenma to like, he just has such like a nice personality. Like even when he's on his I'm trying to like learn how to kill people grind, and like become like a combatant more, which fair, because he did get jumped by the guy with the garden shears, and also like the two cops. That was really scary, you know? He was put in like a good amount of like life or death-esque situations, so I'd be doing this too, bro. I'd be using my doctor money on this too. But even when he's doing that, he's still such like a sweet guy that he inadvertently like repairs these two's relationship, right? Which kind of shows that like, I think that leads well into what Hugo was saying of like whether he'll be able to pull the trigger against a person or not is a different question. Like that point is so true, because like Tenma inherently is like, even in the episode, repairs relationships, and like he doesn't destroy them. He doesn't kill people, you know? He's never done that before. And even when he's in the environment where he's getting prepared to do that, he can't help but make it healthier and make it like kinder, you know? Which just shows how he is, right? That's also like they do a good like they did like I don't think foreshadowing's the right word, but like the writing's very tight and like neat, where like they see the brambling bird earlier and then it's the brambling chick later. Like they kind of recurringly they go out and train, and then they eat dinner together, and then they go out and train, and then they eat dinner together. That kind of back and forth, though. So what's nice about that, like using those recurring events to like show the passage of time, is that then the ways that it changes shows like development, you know? And I mean, that's just very obvious, because it goes from being literally uncomfortable to the point of me being like, this is uncomfortable. You know, they even provoked a verbal reaction out of me for that. But then when we come back to it later, you know, he's made it a bit nicer. And then when we go back to it the last time when he's already gone, it's nice enough that they actually are like kind of go into a father-daughter thing. And then the scene of her reaching out to hold his hand, which kind of, again, the writing being tight, is similar to her reaching out to Tenma, you know, which shows how Tenma just as a force helps people open up and be healthier and be kinder, to the point that it even extends to like her mother's killer, you know? Aww. That's so sweet. And it is kind of like complicated because he did kill her mom, but I think I'm super down with like I think he is trying as best he can to take responsibility for the action he took, you know? And so and then him being emotional when she opens up to him like this, I think is a really good sign that he actually cares about her and is like seeing her as his daughter, you know? Like that's a really good sign for how like that makes me feel good. That's very sweet, and Aww. Oh, that's so sweet. And then we cut to Tenma alone in a potato sack with his Glock. Yeah. But yeah, they do like a really good, or in the writing in that way, I think is really tight. Which is cool, which is cool to see. And I think the other thing I'll comment on, though it's also, okay, well, I'll comment on two things. One, they're kind of connected actually. So this kind of works. One, like, I think it's really interesting to watch a show like this that has like a pretty slow pace. Well, and I don't know, that's not quite the right term, because they do a lot of stuff. Like the first 8 episodes, kind of a lot happened, you know? Faster than I thought it would. But this episode definitely like slowed down and like took its time with like kind of exploring these relationships a bit. Stuff like just like extended scenes of like him eating or whatever. Like, dude, looking at my subtitle browser, I like can scroll up and down this thing so fast because there isn't that much dialogue, you know? That's crazy. Usually when I scroll up and down this thing, like the bar is usually a lot tinier because there's a lot more text. And that's like, I noticed that as a way to show how little was kind of said in the episode comparatively to most media that I consume. So in that way where they like really take their time to like have stuff happen even like without words, that's such a difference from how a lot of media is nowadays, at least that I consume. And it like forces it kind of makes me like I think my attention span isn't broken to the point that like I can't engage with it. But I definitely feel the difference, and I kind of have to like kind of keep myself engaged, or else I'll like slip out a little bit, you know? I kind of felt my mind wander like once or twice during like an extended scene, like out of the show completely. And then kind of like had to build it back in. And I don't think that's bad, right? Because what's good about these scenes is it gives you time to process what's going on and to kind of like think through it a bit and to like immerse into it a bit. You know, if too much happens too fast, then you can't actually like latch in too well. So I don't mind the time to think, and it's nice to just be able to breathe every so often, right? But it definitely is something like that like needs getting used to compared to a lot of you know, to the norm of media nowadays, as far as I can tell. Yeah, I think I connected the thoughts that I had. Basically the attention thing, and then talking about how it's like slower, a little bit slower. Well, and I guess, and the last part of that was that like it also is not like uncomfortable. Uncomfortable is like an okay word. It's a little uncomfortable for me as a like trying to like quote unquote react to it, because it's like there's a reason that like when you say the word reaction, you think of people reacting to like shonen, you know? Like that's whatever comes to mind whenever I think of like reaction. It's like the more stimulus is on the screen, the more there is to react to, which makes it the job easier, you know? Because you can just be like, oh, movie, just over and over. You can just like spam voice lines and it like makes sense. But here, it's like I can't be spamming voice lines when they're just having a nice dinner. And it's kind of uncomfortable. So that's like, but it's like, that's all I got right now, guys. You know, that's all that's going on. And so it like demands a different experience, both in just consuming it normally with like the attention span difference, and then also in trying to turn it into like commentary. And I find that to be kind of interesting too. And I don't think it's bad. If nothing else, like it's a good way to like broaden horizons and get more comfortable with like being quiet. Because I do think in the past I've had an issue where I try to fill dead air too much. It's give and take, right? Like there's times for both. But this series I think is a good example of dead air being like okay. Even dead air has like a negative connotation because dead, but like taking your time with scenes is very atmospheric, you know, and that I think is worth giving time to. So that's kind of my thought on that. But yeah, also Lunge's finger thing I love it when Lung uses his fingers. Yeah. Also, what's the plan? We're just gonna find him and shoot him in the head? And by that I mean Johan. Talk about it. Honestly though, I think that's a good spot for this episode. I don't think I have any more to give off the top. Very cute, full little circle there. And it like, well, very last thing I'll say, because I keep referencing tabletop RPGs for some reason. This really is such like a I feel like watching this and trying to like figure out why it works is a fun way to like become better at like storytelling, because the introduction of this girl and like that emotional beat is such a good way to like flesh out a training arc into like a deeper and more significant thing. And it's done very purposefully to give Tenma something to do in the training arc other than train, right? It gives him something to like use his like strengths of as a character on, which is like his good heart and his kindness, you know? It gives his inherent light somewhere to shine. And so I think that was a really like smart tool to the girl character. It's just a really smart tool to have in the scene. And then they, I think, used it really well, especially with like the last scene of them holding hands and walking away together. That is just clearly adorable, you know? And so watching that, I'm like a little bit taking notes in my head of like, oh, this is really clever. I should try to like think about this kind of thing if I'm trying to do some sort of creative element myself, whether it be like some sort of like D&D-esque game or like writing otherwise, you know? That's kind of what my brain, I think, does in a lot of the slower moments. I'm kind of like thinking through that kind of thing. But yeah, honestly, that's it for this episode. Episode 9 on the next should be setting up. What is up, everybody? Welcome back to Reacting a Monster. Tonight on episode 10 of our monstrous little show. Last episode was really sweet. It was the I forgot his name, and I don't have my notes up. It was the sweet girl, the soldier and the girl. That was the name of the episode, something like that. I got it right here. Hugo. Hugo gave our main boy, Dr. Tenma, a bit of a training arc, trained him in the way of the Blicky, and there was a really sweet emotional thing with the adoptive daughter of sorts that Hugo had, which got to, it gave Tenma a place to show how great of a guy he is. So that was last episode. It was very sweet. This episode, let's just jump into it and see what's going to happen. Let's get going in a 3, a 2, a 1. Bang. Yo, I'm pretty sure Manhattans taste freaking awful. Wait, what's in a Manhattan? Am I thinking of the right drink? I want to look it up. Whiskey, vermouth, bitters. Who is this guy? Wait, Loki? Let me double check, make sure I didn't miss a line. My business goes well when I have this in my mouth. Okay. Huh? Understood. Sorry, I let myself get really distracted for a second there. That guy was a freaky looking guy, and apparently he's got some business, so he's going to be a real character. That was his introduction. I low-key don't like whiskey that much. Man, I think I've had a Manhattan before. I don't actually know. Maybe I haven't. But low-key, I don't think I would like it. Is it like a old-fashioned kind of in taste? Let me know in the comments down below what you think of these different types of drinks. What's your favorite drink? Talk about it. I'm a vodka guy. That's my favorite kind of drink. Bro, I had vodka earlier today, actually. Fun fact. It was caramel. Dude, caramel vodka goes crazy. Oh my goodness, it was so delicious. I only had a sip. I really didn't drink heavy tonight. I barely drink it all tonight. But I had a sip of caramel vodka, and it was very pleasant. So, hey, try that on for size. That's my recommendation for you. If you drink and are of age. If you don't drink, respect to you. That's also fine. Obviously. All right. Lock in. That was the slice of life portion of the reaction. Now we do the actual. We get into the thick of it now, okay? Now's the time to get into the weeds. The Springer Estate. Verden, Germany. Chapter 10, A Past Erased. And Mr. Manhattan is walking up. Oh, okay. Breaking into crime scenes is crazy. I feel like that's so inherently Yo, you should be having gloves on too. Maybe they don't have fingerprint technology yet at this time period.
そのまま手を頭の上に。
あちゃ、後ろにいたのかよ。最悪だ。あのバーテンがレッドチェリーを忘れやがるからだ。
早く手を挙げろ。
はいはいはいはいはい。サチの旦那、勘弁してくれよ。俺まだ何にも取っちゃいない。
Yet is crazy. That's a self-report.
なんだ、同業者かよ。そんな物騒なものを下ろして穏便に。
手を頭の上に。
なんだこいつ、警察より立ち悪そうだぜ。サツだ。おめえヘマしやがったな。俺は逃げるぞ。ついてくるんじゃねえよ。おめえみたいなヘマ野郎、あちたまといだ。ふざけやがって。
Why are we chasing this guy, bro? Why are we... What is happening? I'm actually amazed that he just chased this guy out.
どっかで見たと思ったらあんた、新聞に出てたシュプリンガー議員殺しの重要参考人とかいう医者かよ。
そっちは空き巣か。
その通り、あんたみてえに殺しなんて野暮な真似はしねえ。
あの家で起きた事件について何か知らないか。
さあね、とっとと俺の前から消えな。
Who was in that room? We didn't actually figure that out.
はい、ドクター。確かあんた超一流の外科医
Oh?
だよな。俺の明晰な頭脳に。
Oh?
ました。
Get some cash?
偶然だと思うか、ドクター。違うんだ。
Doing some underground surgery?
あらかじめ決まってんのよ。俺とあんたはコンビ組む運命だったんだな。裏の世界じゃあんたみたいな人間を必要としてる連中が山ほどいるんだ。医者を呼びたくてもやばくて呼べずに死んでいくような連中がよ。マネジメントはこのヘッケ
Heckle.
あんたを世界一のモーグリの医者にしてみせら。裏の稼ぎは桁が違うぜ。あっという間に億万長者だ。おいドクター、どこ行くんだよ。
私にはやらなくちゃならないことがあるんだ。
Yeah, no, he on his grind, Samri.
ちょっと待てよ。あの屋敷の殺人について知りてんだろ。なんたって俺犯人見てんだもんよ。
なんだって？どういうことだ？
知りてえか？
その犯人は金髪の20歳ぐらいの男。
That you just...
なんだそりゃ。
You're not supposed to ask that, right? Because now you've given them an idea. And you've, like, messed with it. This guy, dude, Heckle is already the worst.
なぜそんなことを知ってるんだ？
あの議員の屋敷は目つけてから1ヶ月もリサーチしてたのさ。そろそろ決行って時に奴が現れた。窓から覗いたら議員夫婦が死体になってやがった。こりゃゆすれば金になるってんで犯人の後をつけたってわけさ。さあこれでこの事件のあんたの無実は証明された。警察に垂れ込むなり好きにしな。そしたらどっかでいっぱいやりながら俺たちの夢のような将来について語り合おうじゃ。おい、会ってどうするんだよ。相手は殺人犯だぞ。お前殺されちまうぞ。だ何考えてんだか付き合ってらんねえよ。しかしあんな金づる。
This guy is not going to do surgeries for you. You already gave up your one chip. You gave up your chip by giving him the location like this, B. Oh, he's going to come in clutch if shit goes wrong now. That's what just happened. By him being like, I'll stick my neck out maybe. It's not like me to stick out my neck. Oh yeah, lock in. Huh. Yo, Tenma, I'm gonna need that blicky training to come in clutch right now. Because this guy's been hypnotized.
実はある人物を探しているんですが。
ドクター、生きてるか？ドクター、バカ、銃持ってるじゃねえか。
母とね、よく歩いたんですよ。ひまわり畑の道をこんな夏。
What's that picture of on the side piece?
その母もずいぶん前に死にましたけどね。
あなたは誰かに依頼されてその銃を使ったんじゃありませんか？ある男に。
男、ああ、ある日バーで声をかけられたんです。
金髪の20歳ぐらいの青年。
そう、とっても綺麗な笑顔なんです。
Eric.
エーリヒが。
I mean, bro be changing his name, Erich. Yeah, Burby changes his name all the time.
すっかり友達になりましてね。彼の家に招待してくれたんです。シュプリンガー議員の家に。
彼はつい最近まであの屋敷に。
ええ、1年ほど前から息子同然に可愛がって。
Wow, this kid's a parasite.
俺1ヶ月あのうちを見張ってたけど、そんなやつ見なかったぞ。
素敵な。
Oh, I wonder if it's how real that even was.
私と議員夫婦です。
Or if he, like, messes with people's memories, maybe? I wonder.
議員の屋敷の中にひまわりの花壇があったのに、車寄せを作るために潰しちゃったんです、議員が。あれはひどすぎるって言ったら、エーリヒもその通りだって言いました。
まさかお前そんなことで殺したのか。
それにエーリヒが教えてくれたんです。シュプリンガー議員には愛人がいるって。彼はこうも言ってました。僕はもうシュプリンガー議員の家族になるのはやめたって。僕はこの家族の一員じゃないって。彼は僕に頼んだんです。この家族を消去してくれって。愛人を持つのはひどい。私の母もある男の愛人だったんですよ。
あのよ、そんなことよりおめえ、あの屋敷の金庫の場所知らない。
Oh my, this guy.
確か。
And it worked. Oh, that's incredible. Oh, shit. Okay, I got what I was looking for. That is so funny. Bro is just trying to get everything he can out of every situation. Oh, really?
気に入らなければすべて消し去ることができる。人生はリセットできるんです。
私はそうは思わない。忘れようとすることはできても、過去を消すことはできない。
Oh. Interesting idea.
なんでそんな風に思ったんだろう。なんであの時この引き金を引くと過去が。
Bro already got convinced.
なんで彼の頼みを聞いてしまったんだろう。
That was so weird. He flipped immediately.
話はここまでです。出てってください。ああ、そうだ。あなたドクター天馬ですよね。メッセージを見てください。彼からあなたへのメッセージ。あの屋敷の書斎にあります。彼はあなたがここに来ることを知ってました。エーリヒは言ってました。あなたの運命はもう決まっている。
No. That's kind of parallels what, Oh! Wow, Heckle kind of real for pulling back up. Dude, that parallels kind of what Heckle was saying earlier, was what I was trying to say. Oh, shit. Am I the only one that heard that sound effect? That was a puppet combo aw sound effect. That was the scariest shit I've ever heard.
そのヨハンだが言うとてつもない連続殺人犯を追っかけてるってわけか。そんなバカバカしいことほっといて俺と組もうぜ。もうそういえばさっきこの部屋を開けようとした時、なんかゾッとしたような。
These are the scariest sound effects. You know, this is like getting under my skin. Oh god, what are we about to see? Is this something only Tenma understands? That's maybe scarier. Oh. Okay, Loki, that's less scary than I thought it would be. He's just flaunting being a monster. Bro enjoys being monstrous. I mean, I enjoy being good, so I get it, I guess. It's just the same thing, but the opposite. Oh, hello, man. Oh. Oh, okay. Fair enough. Thank you. Will do. Oh, shit, this was Heckle. I thought this was a Johan guy off the rip. Holy shit. He just got yoinked. That's really sad. It's like his surgeon skills are like getting like perverted, almost. You know. Now they're used in the underworld, though. Like in a way. I mean, a doctor would still treat a criminal that's like brought into the hospital, right? He's a doctor. You gotta answer the questions. Oh! Oh shit, he put in some work. Using a little bit of deduction. Wow. That's kind of interesting. That's like a little bit different than like that's interesting. Huh. Because I would expect a doctor to just help anyone that's cooked, you know? But considering the Johan stuff, you know, Brisbane and his stuff. Damn. Like, I bet he feels like he treated somebody and then they ended up being a monster. So why would he treat somebody that already is a monster? Mr. Gross. Right. You know what I mean? What? You know, smoking that Carl blunt. You're about to switch up on him, Heckle? This guy is such a rat. No wonder he has like rat teeth. He's literally a rat. How is Tenma gonna get out of this? That's the real question.
血止めろ今止めろ出なきゃ撃ち殺す死にたくない死にたくない死にたくない
Okay, that was Ore.
怖いか死ぬのが怖いかみんなそうやって死んでいったんだお前に殺された12人もみんなそうやってそれが人を殺すということだ消毒液とハサミをそれぐらいあるだろう動脈性出血だ低血圧性ショックを起こしている損傷動脈を指で圧迫して止血する開放部の皮膚を縫合する針と糸そんなもんねえよならホッチキスいい
Oh my, stapler. Yo, I love this kind of surgery. That's awesome. I love ghetto surgery. Like, stylistically, it's so cool. I don't know why, it brings me so much joy. Dang, he's strong, bro. His training arc went well. I'm taking him to a hospital. Carries him away. Absolute goat. Oh my goodness. He's so cool. I think he's so confident in what he's doing. That's really hard to be like, nah, you wrong. Nah, I'ma shoot you.
どこかで見た顔だと思ったが連続殺人の容疑で手配されている医者だろう早く下ろせ俺のやったのは無差別テロなんかじゃない俺が殺したのは芸米営社の会長とその腰巾着とボディーガードだじゃあ巻き添えになった人間はいないというのかあの売店にいた子か
Oh.
やっぱり知っていたんだなあの子を撃ってしまったこと
Got a civilian killed.
どうしてこんな男を助けた自分が撃ち殺されると恐れたからじゃないだろうあんたの目は殺されるのを恐れた目じゃないなぜこんな無差別テロの人殺しを助けた信じたからだ
Whoa. It's interesting that the thing that made him believe that, like the turning point for him, was when he was basically just begging for life. I mean, that's a humbling experience, right? To be just begging for your life and while you're like dying. よ Heckle, can you like leave me alone and stop heckling? Realize it's all as it should be. Okay, Heckle, can you stop heckling me, dude? Get it? Because it's his name. Yo, frick Heckle, bro. All my homies hate Heckle. Let me write his name down real quick before I forget. Heckle. Rat guy thief. W. I feel like I've been trying to place this music every time I listen to it of like what I think like what aesthetic it kind of belongs to. It's funny, I brought up Puppet Combo earlier in this video. I think I might actually bring that up again. It's just the end, right? Don't they do like post-credit, like next episode preview? I skipped that though, right? I don't watch this. I'm just double checking. It's not like... Yeah, okay, no. It's actually funny. The music that plays in the ED kind of reminds me of... It's such a niche reference, so nobody's gonna get it. But, I mean, low-key, what if I just tried to find it real quick? Okay, so this is about to be the most unhinged example of anything you've ever seen. By the way, if you haven't seen this, this is Stay Out of the House. It's a Puppet Combo horror game. The reason I'm bringing this up is that there's this weird haunting aesthetic, or like there's this weird haunting feeling that I get with the monster ED, and I've been trying to place it for a while, and I think it's actually kind of reminiscent of this. And this isn't exactly the scene I was thinking of, but it works. And so it's like specifically what's going on the TV here. It's like this religious like scripture lecture that's like some sort of like holy person, like I don't know, like talking about God or whatever. I think that's what this is. And they got like the like church choir, like organ playing.
About worry. It's not selfish. There is a world that we envision for ourselves. Perhaps a perfect idea of a utopia where we all live.
Right? And so that's the kind of feeling that I get from Monster with this whole thing. It's got that same like off-putting holy-ish background music that's like it almost is like mind-numbing to listen to. I feel like I'm slipping into like a different like headspace, like I'm getting like brainwashed, you know. And that's how the Puppet Combo one makes me feel. The Stay Out of the House, the one that I just showed, it feels like if I stared into it for too long, that like my mind would like fog up and I'd go crazy, you know. And that's how this makes me feel. And so it's funny that I had brought up Puppet Combo earlier with like how scary the sound effects are, which by the way, I recommend their stuff if you're into horror games. I would say it's probably the scariest horror games. I think they have the scariest horror games out of anything I've seen. So I'd recommend that. But the really spooky sounds they were playing in this, was it here? I don't know. There were a couple of sound effects that I pointed out that are reminiscent. So that's cool. And that goes to show, I think, the like sound design for the show, for Monster and like the ED theme have a very like haunting feeling, which I think works really well because it's not quite like a horror. It's not a horror show, but it does have like a good amount of like darkness and fear in it, you know? And so and that's just because Johan is a really scary character, right? I mean, he's like mind twisting people, and like the brainwashing thing I was talking about with like that weird like holy thing is kind of reminiscent of the quote unquote like brainwashing that I think is happening to people that Johan gets his hands on. And so yeah, that's kind of why I think of that. Just wanted to share that. Okay, going through this actual episode itself. Heckle, I'm ready to never see Heckle again in my entire... Yo, is that rude? I don't know, bro. Heckle's a rat, all right? Heckle's gotta go, all right? He's a funny type of character, you know? A completely self-serving, switch up on anybody, completely shallow, no loyalty piece of shit, you know? Though it would be funny. I could see him, like, having, like, a cute moment of, like he did have a little bit of a cute moment of loyalty here and there with, like, him coming back to Tenma and like coming up to the guy with the gun, and trying to like get him out of there basically. Like he didn't have to do that, and I don't think that was necessarily self-serving. Though of course he then manipulated it to be self-serving and got his money out of it. So there seems to be a little bit of something where he was like, let me try to help him out, you know? Like the line he says here. Oh wait, does he literally pervert it by saying that? It's not often I'll find a source of revenue like him. I make it a rule to not stick my neck out, but ... Okay, so I guess that actually is not really loyalty, because he literally, right before he says that he'll stick his neck out, basically, he says source of revenue. Yeah, so that's not great. In that case, he becomes a lot, and then he switches up on his clients and like tries to expose them for money, and then follows around Tenma at the end. So we're probably gonna have to deal with him for another episode or so. So that'll be that'll be fun, I guess. But yeah, so I don't know. I'm not like attached to him too much. I mean, you know who I was attached to? I was attached to freaking Mara. Okay, the news guy. Now that was a guy I was attached to. All right, this guy sucks in comparison. That's a high bar to set though. Mara was the GOAT. Rest in peace. Anyways, there's that. This guy getting us seeing the signs of his manipulation, I think was cool. He had a beautiful smile. That Irish or Erich. It sounds like there's like a thing at the end. Erich. I don't know, something like that. Sorry. So beautiful, charming, got him. He said they took good care of him like a son since about a year ago. Hey, I had my house on that home for a month, but I never saw anybody like that. They were a wonderful for a family. Here's a picture. And then when did they get killed? When did the death happen? Because this was, I think, the Springer estate. This was new, I think. Guntown together. I'm trying to think if there was some time thing that happened. Like, how long ago did this death happen? Probably relatively, quick, because, yeah. My kind of thought is, it almost sounds like when he says, hey, I had my eye on that home for a month, but I never saw anybody like that. It almost seems to imply that the information that this guy has is incorrect, right? That, like, his mind has been muddled in some kind of way. That, like, Johan had, like, somehow mind manipulated him, which I think fits along with the ability to change the past thing. Did you know you can erase the past, right? Like, to be able to convince someone of that, perhaps there was actually an element of being able to mess with people's memories, and then that would be used to be able to, like, stay in somebody's house and be like, yeah, you've been taking care of me for the last year, but really he's just been there for, like, a week, you know? And so there could be, like, some crazy mind manipulation shit going on. I'm, like, slightly confused. Maybe I missed a line on, like, when the Springer death happened. Or maybe, like, because this is a new one, right? Wait, because last episode was the... I could probably jump back to episode 8 and look. But I'm under the impression that this was a new murder. It's obviously not like it's not the original, it's not the Leiberts, you know? So it's definitely not them. That was like a million years ago. So I think this is just a new one. So point being, I think there might be like a more memory than time, like a memory manipulation thing going on. And that, and we got that because bro is saying, hey, I never saw anybody like that, which means that it's probably not true that was happening. But also, like, bro, did you have your eyes on the house even when they were still alive? Like, that's kind of the clarifying question that I feel like I need. Because if you had the eyes on the house while they were alive, then it's kind of like, that's kind of crazy work, right? Yeah, it's also funny that he picked a blonde guy to do this. Johan did. I feel like there's something about that. You know, he's picking, because he's blonde, of course, right? And so maybe, you know, yeah. I no longer want to be a member of this Springer's family. I'm not a member of the family. Then he asked me to eliminate that family. He's terrible to have a mistress. My mother was someone's mistress too. Like, even that, like, I wonder if so there's the memory thing. I think that he also has the ability to, like, really figure out what makes people click and, like, work. Where, like, the whole thing of, he told me the councilman had a mistress. That high key probably wasn't true, but he said that because he could tell that this guy had, like, mommy issues in some way. Like, Johan was able to read this guy and know that the idea of having a mistress would really get under his skin. And so he claimed that the councilman Springer had a mistress in order to manipulate him to be willing to kill him. Some kind of like high tier manipulation strategy. Yeah. That's kind of the impression I got from this scene. Especially connected with the You can erase the past. If you don't like it, you can erase everything. You can reset your life. That is like, wouldn't that be nice? I'll just say that. Wouldn't that be nice? And then the counter, I don't think so. You may try to forget, but you cannot erase your past. That's right. I wonder why I thought that. Why did I think at that time that I could erase the past by pulling this trigger? Yeah, and so that was definitely like something Johan like implanted into him, which is scary. Because with a ton of charisma, the idea of like you can reset your life, like you can be free from your past and all your troubles, and you can become a new person, blah blah blah. Like put that in a really persuasive person's mouth, and that becomes extraordinarily dangerous. And it sounds like Johan was using that as a way to get this guy to do what he wanted. And then he knew you would come here. He said, your destiny is already determined. Goodbye. My destiny is already determined, eh? Because I'm just a puppet in your little game. Yo, you said that. Yo, why you, like, you're just causing Tenma to suffer, bro. You know? I guess that's just what you kind of do to everybody around you, which is, like, so deeply troubling. Right? Like, Tenma and Anna/Nina Fortner, low-key are in the same boat, where they got this creepy Johan kid that's just making their lives really shitty, but also he's not outright killing them because you know, family / the suffering is extra juicy / whatever, you know, like, oh, you're like my real family because you saved my life, like that. I'm kind of trying to call back to that. Yeah, they actually are in the same problem. And even this, the whole thing, see how bigger the monster inside of me has grown, Dr. Tenma? Look at me, look at me. That's not even just him enjoying himself. This is like the way that a kid talks to their dad. Like, aren't you proud of me? Look at what I've done. Like, look at my works, ye mighty and despair. Okay, kids don't talk like that, but it is very like a child seeking approval from a father figure to be like, look at me, craving attention. And so for Johan to be getting like almost like be seeking like a parental attention from Tenma, oh god. Where now it's like the more that you hunt Johan down, the more he's going to have fun being hunted because you're giving him exactly what he wants, which is attention. But it's not like you can just stop giving him attention and he'll stop doing murder shit. He's just going to do it. He's still going to do it because he loves that. You know, that's his thing. He's in that. He's in it, bro. Or maybe, I don't know, maybe he'd have like a Batman Joker-esque thing where it's like, he'd be like, no, you complete me, Dr. Tenma. Right? Maybe he's deeper in it, in that kind of way. But it's kind of, you know, we'll see. I could see it go either way with that part of Johan's character. The other thing, Dr. Tenma being apprehensive to heal this guy. I kind of already mentioned it, where it's like, Dr. Tenma, of course, like his main character drive right now is dealing with the consequence of healing someone that he, perhaps in retrospect, shouldn't have healed, you know? Though that's not, because he didn't know. He literally couldn't have known better. But he's dealing with the consequence of saving someone's life that ended up being a monster. And now he's face to face with somebody that is arguably a monster for doing a terrorist attack, basically. And he's asked the question, do you heal this person, right? And so it's a really good mirror to his central drive and his relationship with Johan. However, the big difference seems to be exactly what he said later in the episode of, I saved you because you looked like a human. You felt like a human. Something like that. Because I believed you that you were a human being, right? Which him saying this is, I think, him saying that he doesn't believe Johan's a human being anymore in the ways that matter, right? Because he got the blicky and he's trying to track bro down. So he definitely is. I don't think he would save Johan again. Though that'd be a really interesting scene if he's ever put into a position where he could save Johan. And it's like, do you save him and turn him into the police, or do you just shoot him? Or do you save him at all? Like, that could be an interesting thing. I think Tenma right now, like, I would expect him to just, you know, take him out, do what he has to do because he's on his grind. Or at least not save him and let him bleed out. But because I believe that, I could also see him doing the opposite as like a really cool like shock, you know? Anyways, we don't even know if that kind of situation's ever going to happen, so I shouldn't get too locked into any of those thoughts. But yeah, so I think he was dealing with that internally, which is why he was so like stalwart about it, which I thought was really cool. It also gave him a lot of aura, right? It's also cool, like, Tenma as a character is, like, not, like, thinking politically. He's thinking humanely, right? He's being told about, like, all the history of GWE and, oh, this person, that, and, you know, I was doing this for, you know, my political beliefs, my country I believe in, blah, 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 blah. And that didn't cause Tenma to budge at all. It's only when he starts saying, I don't want to die, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. That's what got him to actually jump in, right? And so, because Johan, I mean, do you think Johan would ever beg for his life like this? Probably not. I don't think he would ever say, I don't want to die, I don't want to die, I don't want to die, because it's too pitiful, it's too human. And so, for that to be the catalyst, I think is really cool, and that's a really cool expression of Tenma's character. Especially because there's so many of these political dimensions going on in the show, but Tenma seems to be kind of just doing his own thing entirely, which in his own way is very political in him not engaging with, like, typical political stuff. Though, who knows, maybe he will start engaging with that kind of stuff in the future more. Right? And I mean, there was, like, there's also something to be, like, a comparison to be made between politics and, like, the politics of the hospital in, like, the first 4 episodes. And that really just wasn't his place, you know? He's too busy trying to save lives, and that's incredibly respectable about him. Yeah. Also, the terrorist guy admitting he's a terrorist at the end. Why did you save this indiscriminate terrorist, this killer? And then he says, hurry up and go, the police will be here. Like, I like that too, because, like, this guy, in interacting with Tenma, actually, I think, became more humane. He told Tenma to go, he begged for his life, which I think is very humbling, and then he turned himself in without fighting back. Which, I mean, at this point, he can't really fight back, but, you know, like, the accomplice, of course, didn't, like, fight back violently either. So, that, like, Tenma interacting with these people did make the world a little bit of a better place, because these men get to be brought to justice, period, right? Instead of, like, fighting for their lives and killing a few more people, or escaping in some way, or just dying. I mean, arguably, I would rather them brought to justice than just die in their home, right? It's a little bit more, I think it's a little bit better if we can put people away rather than just, like, you know, shoot them in the street, right? So yeah, that's kind of some thoughts on that. But anyways, that's probably a good spot for this episode. I like this episode. I'm curious what Heckle's character is going to matter. He could have, like, a cute loyalty moment at some point. Otherwise, holy rat. And then Tenma on his locked in shit. I don't think he made any changes in expression this entire episode. He was too busy just mogging everyone the entire time. There was even a split second that I, like, flashed back to Leorio in Hunter x Hunter, in that one scene where he gigachads. All right? If you know, you know. Talk about it. On to the next. Episode 11 should be exciting. Of course. Of course, of course. If you like the video, subscribe if you're new. What is up, everybody, and welcome back to React Indie. Tonight we're on episode 11 and 12 of Monster. Last time we met Heckle. Let me check. Heckle. Do you like how you can tell where my notes are? Because they're right there. Last time we met Heckle, he's a rat. He was out there thieving, breaking into one of the buildings that Johan used to live in before he did his thing with that family. You know, his murder thing. That's pretty much what happened there. And then we also, the most notable thing otherwise was Tenma kind of having a bit of an inner qualm about whether or not to give medical aid to a domestic terrorist, which was an interesting parallel, I think, to his previous aid given to Johan when Johan was a kid and how he feels about that. So eventually he did, which tells us something about Tenma. But I want to learn more about Tenma. Episode 11 is a place to do it, so let's just jump straight into it without further ado in a 3, a 2, a 1. Bam! This guy's face is so good. Hello? I know. Okay. I feel like it feels like I haven't even started because I'm 5 seconds in. But oh my goodness. He's adorable. Isn't he just a little cutie pie? Aw, hi, buddy. No, he's so sweet. Okay, lock in. Let's get this going. Episode 11, 3, 2, 1, bye. His little hair flaps. Oh. Former East Berlin.
旧東側の物件でこれだけの出物はなかなかございません。
ここは旧東ドイツで貿易局顧問だったリーベルト氏の元の住まいだと思うんですが。は？
え、リーベルト氏のことを調べに来た。
You're not gonna buy this house? Why are you here? Scammed. This guy's pissed.
10年前に亡命した役人のことなんか知らないよ。
リーベルト夫妻はこちらにいるとき、双子の兄弟を引き取ったはずなんです。
知らないって言ってるでしょ。
このうちの地主さん。
You know, that's a... Okay.
旧東ドイツの土地はほとんどナチ時代に逃げ出したユダヤ人資産家のものなんだ。東の政府
Lot going on.
西側にいる資産家に金を払って土地を借りてたわけ。ここの地主も外国にいるの。それに我が社は壁の崩壊後に進出した西側の不動産会社ですからね。古い話は何にも知らないの。さあ、門の鍵閉めますから出てください。
誰か10年前のこと、リーベルトさんを覚えてる人は。
He's like holding him hostage in the conversation by not going out of the gate. That's funny.
壊れたら大体がチリチリに逃げ出しちまって、特に内務省の役人なんかやばくって。あ、そういえば10軒ほど先に旧東ドイツ商務省の元役人が住んでるな。ああ、リーベルトさんね。危ない橋渡って亡命なんかしなくても、もう少しまでは東ドイツは自滅したのにね。何のために自由の国に行ったんだかわからないよね。しかも殺されて。
リーベルトさんには双子の兄弟の子供がいませんでしたか？
Okay, so... Yeah, Really? You don't know? Okay. From the orphanage.
リーベルトさんずっと子供欲しがってたしね。
その孤児院は
確か511。ああ、そうだ。511キンダーハイムだと思うな。
511キンダーハイム。
Oh wait, are we really not getting the okay, wait. I need to pause to talk. I was holding this in because I was thinking I was like, oh, they're gonna run the OP and I'll have time to talk. They didn't run the OP. I'm making the time. Okay, the kids come from an orphanage. I guess they just said that. I just need to process that for a second. I think that this is completely new information that they were adopted. When that was said, I kind of thought to myself, like, that makes so much sense because it seems like it's been a pattern where the people, like Anna, when she was Nina, like, it kind of felt like it's been a pattern going on that, like, her parents keep dying. And so it's like, oh, we just continue the pattern deeper. But they come from an orphanage, which means that the Leiberts might have been, like, the first time that happened. And then the question is, like, who are their real parents and what were the conditions of the orphanage? Okay. And then because those questions kind of give like a backstory to like how did Johann become the way that Johann did, which could be really interesting. Okay. Just had to like spill that out of my mouth so it could click in my brain. Locked in. 3, 2, 1, bang. I forgot to tell you exactly the timestamp. 2:53. Boom. Right there. All right. Just in case you're, queuing it up yourself. Oh, kind of a jazzy OST playing. Jazzy and kind of scary. Oh, the windows are all broken. It's abandoned. Oh, it's got graffiti on it. And spooky celestial choir music. Not a good sign. Are they going to run the OP? I'm going to be they're going to run the OP. I should have held on longer. No! Now I have nothing to talk about during the OP. Oh. It's okay. I don't... Why did I... It's fine. I tried my best. You know what? And I will never hold myself down for that. Okay. Man, he looks like such a rat in the OP. I feel like we haven't even reached prime rat levels. He's still like building up to his full rat potential. All right, his stubble isn't nearly as like unkempt. You know what I mean? Man, and it's like the orphanage thing is so mucked up because it's like, how do we even tracing the history of like what that orphanage was like or where they came from previously? Like anything like that is going to be so hard because it's like if it's abandoned, which it seems to be. Like how do you even go down that paperwork trail? That sounds so annoying. Terrifying. Also, excuse me if I'm a little sniffly, all right? You can see the paper towels that I have next to my bed so that when I wake up, I go like as hard as I can and then throw it. Yeah, it's clutch, all right? That's advanced technique. Okay, whoa, babushka spotted. Oh, like a Walmart? Target? Costco.
ちょっとこの孤児院の関係者の方は知りませんか？
関係者？そんなもの残ってるわけないだろう。このことは話したくないね。気味悪い。どうしても話を聞きたいって言うなら。
Shout out my boy Hartman. That's perfect. That's convenient. Thank you, Grandma. Appreciate you. Wait, I feel like we're being watched. I feel like we're cooked. We probably are. I'm literally scanning windows right now.
してるじゃないか。見せてごらん。大丈夫だよ。怖くないんだから。見せてごらん。
Oh, it's his doctor's bag.
可能しかけてる。我慢しろ。ちょっとしみるが、これで良くなる。よし、オッケー。転ぶなよ。また怪我するぞ。
That kid is gonna be so relevant later. Like, what if that kid is just sent to watch us, bro? Worth. Alright, any of those the kid that we just saw? I low-key don't think so. I don't know. What a comforting face. This guy got great grandpa energy. But like the kind of grandpa that's got a dark secret. Low-key, he kind of looks like one of my grandpas. Alright.
当時から政府のやり方には反対でしたからね。社会主義が崩壊してから私なりのやり方で子供たちの力になれないものかと。貧乏なんで思った通りにはいきませんが、しかし彼らも以前の孤児院にいるよりはずっとマシです。
Okay. Yeah, tell me about it. This is what we're looking for. What does that mean? I'm getting like Vault Tech feel.
罪やスパイ罪に問われた子供たちの集まりだったんです。だから差別も非人間的な扱いも当然でした。子供たちは何をされても仕方ない立場だった。あそこは社会主義。
Oh, the kid that was running might have been his kid.
孤児たちを社会主義の模範になるよう再教育すると言いながら、実際には犯罪者扱い。おまけに院長や教官は最悪。特にひどいやつは子供に届く小包も没収して転売までしてしまう。まったくどっちが犯罪者なんだか。特別孤児院を支配していたのは恐怖と暴力だったんです。あそこではとてもまともな人間は育たない。
You know what? I don't want to forget what I'm pausing. I don't even give a frick. The I wonder, because no normal person would grow up there, and Johan and Anna, I wonder if like Johan tanked all of the aggro and then Anna got to be chill, because like Anna seems like high-key normal. She's just chilling. Well, she's got like a good heart and stuff. She's got like PTSD or whatever, but like she's not like insane, where Johan is clearly insane. And so I wonder if there's a world where like he protected her as his dear sister or whatever, and then that's why she could grow up more normally, because he did all the dirty work kind of thing. I could see like a cool dynamic there maybe. All right, resuming 9:53, 321 bang. Talk about it.
何かご存知なんですね、二人のことを。
妹の方は別の地区の孤児院に預けられましたからよくは知りません。しかし
Perfect. Honestly, perfect.
そうです。ヨハンのことが聞きたいんです。
あれは
What do you mean top secret? What? I feel like this guy's about to have a heart attack. Okay. Of the kids? What do you mean? Hello? Yeah, okay, that... What's up, Dieter? Yo! Dieter has been here for 0.7 seconds. Can we lay off of Dieter? Okay, Dieter. You want to say hi? Now he's taking too long. I'll defend you to a point, Dieter. I also need to reread what he said about Anna in like a different district or something. I gotta check that. I'm a little suspicious of Grandpa. Maybe I'm just paranoid.
子供の成長はすべて育てる大人にかかっている。我々が子供を正しい方向へ導かなければならない。そうして初めて子供は素晴らしい夢を見ることができる。
夢か。ディーターはどんな夢を持ってる？
サッカーボール。サッカーボールが欲しい。
そうか。ごちそうさまでした。
Your dreams for the future are a soccer ball? Children are based on the adults that raise them. Yo, your kid is kind of a freak. Alright, his only future he can imagine is a soccer ball. Hey, give him a soccer ball. Like, that is an easy request to fulfill. I don't know, bro. He's like too good. You know, he's done too many things that like seem good. Yeah, look at this. And Dieter was like grabbing onto Tenma pretty like tightly. You know what I mean? Like, Dieter, get ready to start swinging. Yeah, oh my goodness. Holy crap. My radar, alright? My radar is crazy. Talk about it. Because Dieter grabbing onto him that tightly and, like, hiding behind him a little bit, it's like, huh. It's a little strange. You're not that close with Grandpa, are you? Like, you just met this guy, he does one kind move to you, and you're like, that? You know, you're like, yeah. Oh, he's so happy. Tenma, I am so sorry for what you're about to see. Or not be allowed to see because of Hartman. Oh, yeah, that's his name. Oh. Oh, well, I thought he was good. I thought Hartman was going to be able to hide it. Oh, you fool. You're going to... Oh, and the earlier wound, it probably comes from him. He was on a chair, by the way. Call an ambulance? What happened? Is his arm broken? Got a ton of bruising. Oh, oh, you messed up. I got a doctor's touch. Oh yeah, okay. The ambulance is acceptable at this point. We got broken ribs. Yo, Tenma, lock in. Obviously, this is abuse. They're scars. There's scars mixed in. Like, we're not a fool, right? Uh-oh. No. No, that's not me. Oh, this is tough. This is actually bad, because now if we stay, ambulance, attention, this guy knows that we're on the run. That makes it worse, but like, we have a reason to stay because of Dieter. You know? Yo, low-key pull the blicky. Dieter, you're coming with me. Blicky obtained. Oh my goodness, I literally have a blicky on you and you're still gonna lie? This guy. See, he's got a too kind of face and he's too persuasive, which means that he's got a secret. Yo, low-key! Never trust a man with his face. I'm freaking right. And we're right. What do we even do? Like, we're kind of busy, you know, it's kind of hard to, like, just take this kid. Ooh, okay. Some optimism. Aww. Man, abusing your kids saying like you have to be strong is crazy work. Oh yeah, we're on the run. I'm just thinking about this guy breaking his legs. Why am I laughing? Alright, calm down. We told them that he's being abused, right? Oh, okay, no, he's just trying to take him under his wing. Oh.
事故現場は片付いたのか？いえ、まだ大渋滞です。さあ、これからどうする？まずはディータの身の振り方だが、警察へ行かせるにしても、私はついていけないし。ヨハンの妹の方は？
Yes, oh my goodness, they're repeating it for me. She was left at an orphanage in a different district. Huh. Take him to a different place to live, yeah. Take him somewhere else. But find another orphanage to slap him into and say he was being abused. That's a good strap. But, like, it's kind of interesting that they were separated.
無理なお願いなのはよくわかってます。でもその子は
その子が幼児虐待を受けているのは分かったよ。でもあんたが誰だか分からなきゃ。
それは
そんなわけのわからない人間から気軽に子供を引き受け
I mean, that's like low-key valid from her. Whoa. Oh.
アンナ・リーベルト。あんた、アンナ・リーベルトを知ってるの？
やはりアンナはここにいたんですね。
Two birds, one stone.
懐かしいね。アンナは今どうしてる？元気にしてるの？
ええ。今ハイデルベルク大学に通っていて。
そうかい。幸せになったんだね。いい子だったよ、アンナは。貿易局のリーベルトさんに引き取られるまでは知っているんだけど、双子の男の子と一緒にね。なんて言ったっけ？
ヨハンです。
そう、ヨハン。とっても仲のいい兄弟だったけど、二人は別々の孤児院に入れられてかわいそうだった。
Yeah, I wonder why that was.
本当に二人っきりだったんだからね。
Especially because there's like some top secret thing.
手をつないで歩いてたそうよ。二人寒さで震えながら。
Oh my goodness.
リーベルト氏が引き取る話も、最初はヨハン一人ってことだったんだけど、妹も一緒じゃなきゃ嫌だって。
Dang.
幸せになったんだね。
That's crazy.
ひどい状況だったと聞いていますが。
511キンダーハイムと一緒にしないでほしい。
Anna was in the nice one. Johan was in the bad one. So it's not that he protected her, it's that they got put into two different ones. Inge. What's wrong? Oh, it's okay, darling. Oh no. She's so sweet with this poor kid. Dude, this is a wise orphanage owner. Just gotta give him some love, as much as you can. Ministry of the Interior. I don't know what that means. No. I'm like in the conversation. that was awesome. No, that's terrible. All right, that's what Vault Tech. I literally said Vault Tech. Oh my, dude, I'm in it this episode, bro. Is that the end? That's funny. Dude, I have never been participating in an episode in any reaction as much as this episode. Oh my goodness. That was so funny. I'm like, the twist with the guy, I'm like, immediately, I'm like, I don't trust this guy. He becomes evil. Okay. He's the abuser. The Vault Tech thing with special experiments from the Ministry of the Interior. That little bit there. Oh my goodness. Okay. Well, so that means that it's not that Anna was protected, it's that Anna got to be in a good orphanage, which means that now, how did Johan become Johan? How did Anna become, like, quote-unquote normal? Is that Anna was shown love as an orphan in an orphanage, whereas Johan was shown not love, presumably. Probably something really horrible. I'd be thinking of this running fake creature whenever I'm saying that kind of thing. You know what I mean? This little ED. Yeah. That's cool. Okay. Man, we really got to be putting this in the notes. So Johan, orphanage was ran by Ministry of the Interior, which meant special stuff was happening. Special experiments were happening or something. Demanded Anna get adopted with him. I wonder why he killed. I mean, like, like, what kind of experiments could have happened on him that he would later be like, yeah, the Lieberts, I think I'm gonna kill them with the blicky. That's something that I'm caught up on. But it really, I mean, with special experiments or whatever being named, whatever was said, exactly. East Experimental Laboratory. Hearing Experimental Laboratory, it's like, well, honestly, what, like, anything could have happened. Like, you know what I mean? Lived in reasonably nice orphanage. If I had a nickel for every abusive orphan story that I've engaged with in the last few weeks, I'd have 2 nickels. Anyways, oh my goodness, Inge, you silly little stupid. What do you mean walk into the wall? I have to pee. Inge, lock in. Yo, if I'm Inge, alright, I'm literally the height of a doorknob, and I gotta pee, and I walk straight into the wall. Honestly, just shoot me in the back of the... Okay, wait. No, do not shoot me in the back of the head if I'm Inge. Give me some love and affection. To be fair... Aw, this was so sweet. This was so sad. And, like, I know she ain't faking it, okay? That's the difference from her and the other guy, Grandpa, for Hartman or something. The difference from her and Hartman is you can feel the genuine warmth and love. Hartman was not doing none of this with his adopted kid. There was no gentle touch, no love, no nothing. And it's like, okay, interesting. When I first interacted with this child, he was not at all willing to talk to me. That, you know, is a little bit of a negative sign. He literally says, kids, you know, a kid ain't raised right, that kid ain't gonna turn out right. Well, my little interaction with your boy earlier, he really wasn't right. And he had an injury, undisclosed injury, kind of crazy, right? Cut to later, bro's crazy. Talk about it. But compare that to this with Inge. Boom. Like this, you can feel the parental love. Right? Even like parental, you know what I mean by parental, because it's not obviously not a parent, but like it's the closest thing. And this was so sad. Oh, Inge, it's okay. It's okay, sweet Inge. Yo, bro, I can't take it. I can't take it. I cannot take sad orphan stories. It's the saddest things imaginable. This kind of thing, it makes me so sad that it's so heartbreaking that it's like, it like makes the world unjust. The thought of a single child crying for their mama who is not there is so heartbreaking to me that the world is like it's like the world has sinned, you know? Reality has sinned. That's how it feels. That's how it feels to me. Also, okay, wait. This cut of the kids standing at the border of Czechoslovakia, was it? I love that word. Czechoslovakia. Okay, wait, I should probably write that down, right? Both twins... All right, I'll put it on his notes. Both twins taken into custody near Czechoslovakia border. My goodness, that's just crazy work. This shot in the beginning of them in the border is kind of reminiscent to me of the OP. I wonder if it's It's probably not the same place, but it's kind of reminiscent. So maybe like he goes to maybe there's like something like intentionality there. Because it's well, it honestly looks kind of close to the same thing. So there's a little bit of a thought there that maybe it's like supposed to be the same thing, like him, like this is the border. Okay, actually, I think I'm right. Actually, I was not convinced when I first said it, but I'm pretty convinced now. Let me we're bringing out the snipping tool for this one. I'm a fucking G. Yo, I have never been so locked in before. It's the same mountains. It's the same. No, frick. Ding. It's the same mountains exactly. It's the same peaks. The place that plays in the OP when Tenma is standing there and it looks up into the heavens is the same place that the twins were found, the border of Czechoslovakia, which is like him following their footsteps of their childhood to understand them. And then the look up into the heavens in the OP is almost like asking God, like, why let this happen to these kids or some shit. I don't know about that. That's me pushing like a deeper thematic thing. But like, at least here, it's literally the same mountains. Peak, 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 peak. It's me describing the mountain peaks and the peakness of the connection. Think about it. Wow. Dude, I'm gonna keep self-glazing. I can't believe I did that. All right, anyways, holy, that's cool. That's a really cool connection. Wow, for that to be in the OP and to have that, the ending of the OP be Tenma looking, like standing alone in the same place that they were found as kids, you know, probably fleeing or have been put here after a very troubling situation as children, and like he's standing there now alone in that same spot. That's like, that's got some crunch to it, no? There's Goofy Guy's face. Yo, cut him out of the story, please. But yeah, that's cool. Man, this Hartman guy, he's like, see now, man, now when I talk about him, I already know that he's evil, so it's like way easier to like get onto him. But man, there's just something about his face that's like, he's got the comforting warmness thing, but it's like so comforting and so warm that it's like, it's gotta be fake, you know? And so it's like, I was actually in that space where I was like, am I being too paranoid? And I was just kind of feeling that and like kind of oscillating both ways. But oh my goodness, I just need to believe my intuition every time I think somebody's like evil at first glance, because holy shit, my intuition's locked in right now. Yeah. Well, it's like you're appearing so warm, it's gotta be fake. You know, it's like gotta be a projection, because if you're genuinely warm, you're not gonna look this warm. Something like that with his face. It's also like, how do I say this in a way that's not crazy? Okay, I'm just gonna say how I feel it, all right? I'm gonna just say how it is. He gives me like church pastor, right? Like this is the type of guy that I could see being like a bishop in like a church, and like obviously there's a when I'm saying that, I'm kind of making a connection between him and being abusive towards the kid to like church members, like typically like older male church members being abusive to like young boys, right? That's kind of like he kind of, when I first saw his face, he kind of gives that vibe where it's like I feel like I've seen this kind of face with a lot of like rich church guys, like old rich white churchmen. He's like, yeah, that's like the category that kind of he comes to in mind. And they always, you know, being like a church thing, it's like warm because, you know, it's like, oh, godly and all that. But it's always like, there's just something wrong about it, you know? So that's really interesting that I kind of like had this rough, and I think that's probably why my intuition was warning me about him, because he kind of fell into that feeling for me. And then it's like, oh, that means I should probably be skeptical. So that was really interesting. Because that was even before the kid walked in, right? Where it's like, and before I connected, like, oh wait, the kid's probably the kid he's talking about. Yeah. And also, like, I don't know, like, yeah. They foreshadowed that pretty well too. You know, the kid acting weird. And maybe that is the kid in the green eyes, that like swept hair. Blue eyes. No, it's a different kid. So I don't think any of the kids on the wall were our kid Dieter. Let me put his name down. Hartman and Dieter. I kind of thought we had Heckle joining us, but maybe we... Did I skip an episode or something? This is 11. No, I think I'm right. Hartman. Yeah. All right, there we go. Also, like, immediately, what's with your attitude? Like, yo, chill out, man! It's been 0.2 seconds. And, like, the development of a child is based on the adult. Like, you know damn well what you're doing. I do wonder, like, no, he's got to know what he's doing is flawed because he's hiding it, right? I think there's a difference between, like, okay, because he could be saying a child's growth depends on the adult, therefore I'm going to hurt this child to teach them to be tough in a dark world. I can understand that idea, right? It's, I think, wrong and evil, but I can understand the idea. Where you want the kid to be tough because the world's hard and you want them to survive in the world, so you're abusive to the kid to force them to be tough. It's like, okay, I can see that connection. But the thing is, even if that's kind of what he's doing, he doesn't... There's something really nefarious about him hiding it, right? For him to say, we must lead children in the right direction, that's when children can have pleasant dreams. It's like, dude, you're not trying to give your child pleasant dreams. Like, you're actively giving your child bad dreams, and but you're pretending that you want children to have pleasant dreams. So it's like, you're not speaking what you believe, if that's what you believe. And if you're not speaking it, why aren't you speaking it? Because you think it's like, you'll get shade for it? Maybe that means it's a bad thing. Like, if you're hiding it, if you feel inclined to immediately hide it from everybody around you, and you're not willing to stand by what you're doing, that's gotta be a sign that what you're doing is wrong. You know? And that doesn't, it's not necessary, you know, and that idea is not necessarily always true, but it's like a real red flag you have to address in your own mind. And so for him to be acting this kind of way, I don't, like, does he even believe what he's saying? Like, I can't even give him, like, a slight bit of, like, I would respect him more. Not that I, like, obviously, bad. Child abuser. Bad. Bar none. But I would be slightly more respectful of his position if he at least, like, was, like, stood by it in conversation instead of hiding it and then not taking any accountability later. If he later was, like, instead of playing, like, pretend to be like, oh, no, my poor kid. If he later was like, hey, bro, the world's hard. We need our kids to be tough. It'd be like, oh, okay, you're wrong, and I think that's evil of you to do what you're doing, but at least you're, like, trying to do something right, you know? At least there's, like, a pure intent. But hiding it like this, it's like, oh, bro, is it even about, like, any of the kid should be, you know, the kid, it's a dark world thing, which is what the only reason I'm even pulling that out, by the way, is that that's what the kid says, so, like, that philosophy has been ingrained into the kid, into Dieter, so... That's why I'm thinking that that's what he's saying when he's hurting Dieter, which is as if to justify it. And so it's interesting that he's justifying it like that. But I think it's more about him enjoying having power over Dieter rather than actually philosophically believing that this is better for the youth, because he's hiding it and he doesn't take accountability. Yeah. You know, I think that's how he justifies his cruel things to himself, right? Yeah. Or maybe because he said, did Mr. Hartman tell you that? Which tells us that that's what Hartman told the kid. You could also assume, though, that the kid just believes this because he's abused, right? His entire world is a world of abuse, which is basically bad things. So his world is full of bad things. So maybe it's not even that hard. Like, I think the show's implying that Hartman told him that. Like, that's the point. But I think this could even... you could even say that Hartman didn't say this and that the kid just believes this because of his experiences. In which case Hartman is just abusing, you know? Like this whole reading I'm doing of Hartman of like, oh, you know, maybe he's doing some like justification thing about how he's making the kid tough. That's even something that's not necessarily true, because you could also, the kid might just believe this exclusive of Hartman saying anything. However, I think that Hartman did say that. I think that's the point of the thing, you know? Yeah, that's cool, though. I like how they did that. That was a pretty cool little twist. And I think even cooler is it puts Tenma into a really unique and hard position where he is so unable to help the people he wants to help because of his own situation. So he is thrust with a case of, I want to help this kid, but his own... I'm a fugitive status makes it so hard to do anything about it. And then, yeah. Shout out this woman, though. This poor little girl. I just want to hear her call for her mama again because I like feeling sad. Oh, it's okay, sweetheart. It's so sweet and so sad. You only need love in order to develop as a person. High key true. Love yourself now. Love yourself now. All right, and they got Vault Tech. Vault Tech. Johan was part of Vault Tech. Talk about it. Episode 12. Let's jump into it. 3, 2, 1, bang. Already 42 minutes in. That was a... I tried to tame myself, but there was just a lot to talk about. They were probably... Johan was probably normal right there. Or, like, relatively. You know? The orphanage, I think, is really what got him messed up. Or maybe it's also that the orphanage is what saved Anna, right? Like, that they were both in a bad position mentally, but they were both, like, one was saved from their bad position, the other was worsened from their bad position. Right? That's so funny. I just rewatched this because I like feeling sad, I guess. And they're giving it to me again for free. It's okay, Inge. It's okay, babe. It's okay, sweetheart. It's okay. Aww. And see how the kid the kid naturally reaches out to hug her. That shows that the kid is comfortable and that the kid it feels safe to have that touch broken or like that touch done. That makes me trust this woman so much, you know, compared to the Dieter thing. Dieter was not comfortable in that kind of way. Man, there's so much kids stuff with like kids. Like remember the training arc girl and the man? That was like another similar thing. You know, kind of exploring a similar thing. Like one of the real themes, this is all repeating of last episode, that's why I'm talking over it. I assume we're about to hit the OP. Let me pause. Okay, yeah. So yeah, I think the monster, like what is the messaging of monster, right? Like they've definitely shown that the conversation they want to have is about like what makes a monster a monster. How does somebody become something like Johan? And I think they're exploring that with like children and like seeing how different children are raised and what certain situations, how those influence the kid. Like the little girl after the training arc with Tenma feeling more comfortable and actually being willing to hold her like new basically father's hand. And like him feeling really touched by that. Like that whole thing. We got to see a parent-child relationship of sorts heal. And so we're exploring. I think that's like a microcosm of... Oh, that's the kid right there. Dieter. Oh man, Dieter might be like a bigger character, low-key. Yeah, I just... These last few episodes have really cemented that childhood and the consequences and how that shapes people seems to be a really core part of the story. That is so cool that he stands in the same spot. Oh my peak. Holy. That's awesome. That is such a clever and cool thing for them to do. Okay. Oh, well, it worked on Johan. Johan probably learned how to do that to other people, too. He's probably using the same techniques. Psychological manipulation. That's literally what he does to other people. Also, is this the same... Wait, okay. That's insane. That's insane. Same thing to do. Is that the same thing as when Johan's standing in the dark with his hand out? And he, like, evolves? Is that... Oh, no, it's different. I thought this might have been the same thing that they kept cutting to with the whirring fan. But no, it looks different. I think this is more... the house that he killed parents in. Yeah. Well, no, it's very similar, but it just doesn't have the whirring fan, right? Where it's got the 2 windows on each side and then the 5x3 window. Oh, but this is 4x3. Oh, it's so similar though. What is this window then, right? It's got the exact same thing on the sides, but the window's different. That That's interesting. Okay. 350, 321 back. It's so close.
冷徹な人間をいかに生み出すかの実験。そんな子供たちが成長してどんな人間に
Ender's Game, bro. We Ender's Gaming, Johan.
あそこで行われていたことを証明する手立てはない。壁崩壊直前にそれに関する資料は燃やされてしまったらしいからね。プロジェクトに関わった内務省関係者も逃亡したし。でも私聞いたことがあるんだ。たった一人だけうまく経歴をごまかしてこの国にとどまれた人間がいるって。そいつが511キンダーハイムの悪魔のプロジェクトを観察していた人物だって。彼の本当の身分は内務省。
Imagine being a pediatric psychiatrist, was that? I think it was psychiatry, not psychology. Maybe. Either way, and doing this. Me, when I understand children so well, I know exactly how to break them. Oh, it's just him? Oh. Oh, it's just him? Thank you for making that connection for me, Tenma, W. Good night, Inge. Sleep well. He did say he kind of knew stuff, but wasn't supposed to say because it was secret, the East Germany thing. So that makes sense.
お願いします。あそこで何があったか教えてください。
サッカーボールは？え？僕のサッカーボールは？
Oh, I died her. Probably the first gift he's ever gotten. Oh, shout out this nurse for being nice. Thank you, nurse. Show him that the world is light. Me when I adopt a child while I'm a fugitive. Think about it.
当時東ドイツ政府は徹底した観光令を敷いたからね。最初は511キンダーハイムの院長の話から始まった。
Okay. Oh, so it's a different guy. Okay, sorry. I thought they kind of implied that the director was him. I need to reread what he said he was. Oh, and then the revolt, right? I mean, you teach a bunch of children. Did the children just rise up and kill them all? Killed each other off. Because you teach them to be in factions and to fight each other, and then you lose control and they start killing everyone. That's like what you taught them to do. Oh my goodness. Like the revolt thing? Like you taught them to revolt. Low-key. Oh no. Wrong guy showed up. Tenma, we gotta kill him. Are you gonna kill Dieter, bro? There? Where's there? This woman's face just bothers me. You're actually not very much of a gentleman. Do you think about that, actually? You know what I mean? Like, they're giving that impression. They give, like, a nerd energy. I'm sorry. You're doing your job, and that's a reasonable thing for you to do given the circumstances. Like, you know, you're not the enemy here. But also, nerd emoji, nerd emoji, nerd emoji. He's going to the wrong place. Oh, my goodness. Get the blicky. We're at the wrong place, and we don't have the... I don't know. Are they going to the orphanage? My guess is the abandoned orphanage. It's like the only other location I know that's nearby. What are we about to find in this guy's house? Low key? Okay, low genuinely, there might be a play in here. Some old notebooks or something? That's actually kind of clutch. That kid, okay. Why that kid look exactly like Charlie Kirk, though? Huh. Oh, 511 kindergarten. Johann with old man guy. The guy like has a kind of sharp face. That, yeah, I don't know who this guy is. Yo, take that to go. I guess so. The philosophy about this, the Hartman's philosophy thing that I was talking about seems to be like the soldier thing. He seems to be trying to do that right now. But I feel like it's just an excuse for him to be evil more than anything else. Like, it's an excuse for power. I still feel like the way he practices this philosophy is like giga cringe. Not that you could even practice it in a not giga cringe way. It's more giga cringe than it would be otherwise. It's even a step more extra cringe. Think about it. Yo, are we... Let's catch a body right now. I low-key think this is a morally acceptable killing. That, like, if this guy... If we see this guy, there's a reasonable chance that we just blow his brains out. That's okay. No. Oh, that is so ominous. Hello? Yo, all hail King Dieter. Oh, he's been punched a lot. His face is messed up. Yeah, W, announce your presence. What are you holding? A... Bro's trying to make Johann 2.0. Bro's trying to mass produce Johanns? Johan production line?
10年前の話だ。教官も孤児も50人全員が息絶えていた。ヨハンはそれを眺めていた。この場所から彼は眺め
Was this guy holding a gun? Is that a gun? On his throne, dude? Okay, low-key Johan had a little bit of aura for that. Well, because he probably masterminded the you know, he rose to the top of the pack, right?
ヨハンに尋ねたよ。一体何をしたんだと。彼はこう答えた。こうして油の染み込んだ布を焚き火にかざしてね。どうだい。この意味がわかるかね。
He just instigated? Kind of thing? He gave a little bit of extra sauce. Yeah, that's what I do. Sorry. Chill out.
そして彼はやってのけたんだ。自分は指一本動かさずに50人もの人間を殺し合わせたんだ。
あなたたちの実験が彼をそんな人間にしてしまったんじゃないか。
私たちがそんなとんでもないよ。確かに511キンダーハイムは実験
Oh?
孤児たちを完璧な兵士に育て上げるプロジェクトのね。今から思えばそれもささやかな実験だ。ところがヨハンはどうだ。彼が兵隊
He didn't really become a soldier. He kind of became something else.
とんでもない。彼は生まれながらの指導者だ。彼は頂点に立つべき人間だったんだよ。私たちがあんな芸術品を作れるわけがない。
Right. Right.
人間以上怪物のような存在だったんだ。彼は予言した。人間は結局皆憎み合い殺し合う。ヨハンの目標は何だったと思うね。彼はこう言ったんだ。この世の終わりにたった
Yeah, I want a good leader that just wants everyone else to be dead before him. Yeah, this guy's a born leader. Like, can we get a grip? Like, we're worshiping the devil just because he's strong, not because it's good for us.
明日は暗闇だ。お前も少しでもヨハンに近づかないと。なのにどうしてダメなんだ。
Oh, a double-barreled shotgun.
どうしてヨハンのようになれないんだ。
やめろハルトマン。これ以上すれば
You put in a double-barreled shotgun up to the child's head.
これは私たちの問題だ。出て行ってくれ。
ディーター降りてくるんだ。
ドクターテンマ。あんたヨハンのヨハンのことを知ってどうする。見つけ出して殺そうなんて無理な話だと思うよ。まあいい。一つだけ情報をあげる。その代わりそれを聞いたら私たちのことはほっておいて。
So the right answer is you say, yeah, that's reasonable. And then he tells you and then you shoot him. GG. Unless he makes you lower the gun, then you just fire, right? Like. Oh, thanks! General Wolf. Ooh! Got him. From the border of Czechoslovakia.
さあ、行ってくれ。
ディーター、そこから降りるか降りないか自分で決めるんだ。 心配いらない。ハルトマンがライフルの引き金に指をかけたら私が撃つ。ディーター、自分で決めろ。君自身で決めるんだ。
私と別れるなんてできるわけないよな、ディーター。だってお前は私の子供だもの。そういうわけだ、ドクターテンマ。さあ、消えてくれ。
Is that my boy Dieter? Is that my boy Dieter? Shout out my boy Dieter, alright? You thought you had such an iron grip on him, huh? You silly thing, that's not what children respond to. Machiavellian tactics fail again. We win. Good wins. Good prevails. Now kill him! This guy still doesn't get to live, by the way. We still shoot, right? It's not about the imminent threat to Dieter. Well, that's still an imminent threat to Dieter, I'm gonna be honest. That's a gun pointed at him. Like, we still kill him. Oh, the gun's down, good. What's good, Dieter? Dang, he even willing to throw out a couple bangers on his way out. Yo, give him a little flip off as you go. Fire. Yes, Tenma, blood. 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 Oh, blow your own brains out. That'd be great. Oh man, I thought I was about to see the rifle or the shotgun clip his chin. Chat, is this still? Is it wrong that I think we should still execute him? Like he's just gotta go. Oh, Tenma, you're too good. Like I feel like it's still an execution pivot. Oh, you put your gun down. Like you still gotta go. I do not trust that your life will bring joy. I think your life will bring sorrow only to the people around you. So I'm gonna extinguish it. Judge, jury, executioner. It is what it is. I'm sorry, bro. Oh, yo, take him to the orphanage door. Okay, I'll let it slide, Tenma, because you're Tenma. I'll let it slide because you're my sweet little 10-10.
あと2、3分でバスが来る。それじゃな。サッカー上手くなるんだぞ。
Mission accomplished, bruh. Oh, you gotta kick it back to your boy. You gotta kick it back to your boy, Dieter. No, just play a little bit of soccer with him. Yeah. Come on, give him a few volleys. You need to directly hand him off to the woman, or else he's not leaving. Like, oh, we're cutting away? What are we doing with Dieter? Yo, Dieter, what? You wanna? Yo, Dieter, do you know how to use this thing? Yo, give Dieter a Glock. We're turning him into a soldier. Why do we cut to this part of the thing? Are we about to get a new part of the ED? Yo, low-key they were onto something about turning him into a soldier. Okay, what are we talking about? This is Johann meeting the General Wolf. Think about it. I was joking just a second ago with the soldier thing, by the way. Talk about it. All right, Luckin. Is this a soldier or a farmer? Actually, that might be a farmer. I thought it was a soldier, but I think it's a farmer. This green goblin is getting really, really spooky. Like, are you gonna hurt this guy? What's the scheme here, Green Goblin? Lose it all, we'll go down fighting. Wow, that's my only new cut? No more new cuts for me in the ED here? You're telling me I got Goblin runs to the city, I got 2 new frames. Goblin stares down Farmer, and Goblin stares down Farmer. Farmer's not staring back, though. That's an interesting thing. In the first shot, I thought he was. Second shot, not the case. Shout out my boy Dieter. I mean, basically, love beats fear. Because you can control, or like, okay, listen. The Machiavellian idea is that fear is better than love because you can control fear, but you can't control love. All right? Low key, I think that's actually true. Not that it's stronger, but that you can control fear and you cannot control love. That's true. However, I think love is one of the few things that can break through the power of fear, you know? You can't control if somebody loves you. You can control someone scared of you, if you're, of course, stronger than them. You can, like, enforce fear onto someone. But if somebody loves something, they're going to be willing to stand up to their fear, you know? It's not like if somebody fears something, they're going to be willing to betray their love. I think, like, if somebody really loves something, they're willing to die for it. Even in some cases, you know, but it's not like you're willing to die for something because you're afraid of it. That doesn't make sense. You'd be afraid of it because you think you're going to die. So I think even if you can't control love, we have an example here of love being stronger, which is very optimistic, and is exactly anti-Machiavelli, or like is making an argument against the power of fear, which is really cool to see. Wow, I'm so it's funny because I've actually read The Prince, right? Like, this is, it's funny how well this lines up. I should reread it, honestly, because there are so many crazy arguments, like, mixed in there. Or I think I took notes on it. I should look at my notes. I could actually see if something cooks there. And then the whole thing of, like, I think so most of this played out, it was scary. Obviously, I was afraid. I thought there was a reasonable chance that somebody would get killed here. Though with Dieter being in the OP, that kind of makes me think that maybe Dieter doesn't die. That was like the only thing that was giving me like hope. But I was afraid. Definitely the stakes felt like they were real, which was well played. The Johan thing is scary too. I thought they did a cool thing there with like the throne, and it's like, oh, okay, Johan a freak, and this guy's like low key like a Johan worshiper. I thought at first that he was was he the director or just an instructor? I was a little bit confused on that. That's like the thing that threw me off with some of what was being said, like when his face like flashed on screen, and then they said like everybody died and stuff. So, though honestly, it doesn't really matter. Like, he was part of it, right? Because he's in these photos. And he like is amazed at like Johan, and then like in some way wants to see a spark of Johan in someone else. General Wolf first noticed Johan's Machiavellian traits as a child. Just gotta throw that in there. Okay, that's my notes for General Wolf. So that's kind of a new lead to track down, which is cool. But yeah, a lot of how this actually played out, I think, is really cool and kind of like self explanatory in a way. Where like I was in it to win it. I'm kind of curious what we're gonna do with Dieter. Because I think like dropping him off to the orphanage is actually like the right play. And you just have to do that physically. And like, she was nice, and it's not like they're like, she's suspicious of you, you know? I get that it's dangerous to like return, so I can understand the inclination to not. But showing, and maybe she like didn't exactly approve of like, I don't know. Because she was like, I can't accept a boy from someone so suspicious. And so just sending her the boy, like, forces her to accept, whereas going there with the boy kind of, like, reignites that conversation, potentially. So I can see the play, but, like, after this, I would kind of assume that we, like, go try that. Especially because I trust her. I, like, seeing her interactions with the girl, I definitely trust her. This was brutal. It's a... Tomorrow will be a good day. Yippee! The big light of the world is dark. I have my happy soccer ball. Yippee! Abuser walks in. Yeah, thanks, man. Yeah, no, it be like that sometimes, bro. It really be like that sometimes. We talking like hopeless. There's also an element of like you have to save yourself, which you can say, where like Tenma makes the, or Dieter makes the call of like, I'm going to stand up and choose to like allow myself to be saved. and like to like go to my savior, which is something I've been thinking about with another story. If you know, you know, check out the other series on my channel. And so of like, how much do we expect like the child to make that call? I mean, here, of course, it's literally just because there's a gun to his head and it's like easier if we can get him to walk down, is I think kind of just how it works. So it's like, it's done in that way, but it does kind of put like an impetus on like both the, like a person to try to save the child, but also for the child to accept being saved, and like to like bring their will into it. Though my thing is like, even if Dieter said no, I mean, I don't think Tenma would back down. If Dieter was like, nah, I'm good here. It's not like Tenma's gonna be like, oh, okay, Dieter, I'll see you later. Like, no, we're not doing that. Tenma would still be like, okay, and probably like just have to start shooting the guy and then walk up and be like, come on, Dieter, like we're out of this hoe, you know? And I think Tenma would be right to make that decision. But it still is cool that like Dieter got to like have his own will. And I think it says what I was talking about earlier about like choosing love. I think that's like the importance of that decision as opposed to anything else. So yeah, that's cool. Or like the power of love, you know? So that's cool. And then, I mean, what else? I definitely didn't skip an episode. I think the only thing I'm kind of, I really like what they're cooking here. I think I'm a little curious, like still then what made Johan like what he is. I'm still kind of the opinion that both he and Anna were messed up from their experiences in like the Czechoslovakia thing. However, and like Wolf noticed that especially in Johan, or like noticed that maybe exclusively in Johan, which made him worsen Johan by sending him to this facility as opposed to fix him. I still think like, the reason this is important to me is I don't want to think that Johan was broken before he hit an orphanage. You know, that's too early to be broken beyond repair. Ideally. I mean, you know, maybe it's true, but I would really hope that that's not too late a point for Johan to be able to have love and like be normal, more normal. And so like I would hope that if he was sent to the same orphanage as Anna with his sister and with like some level of love, even if it's not great, but like enough that he wouldn't have developed into like a monster, right? I have hope for that, even if those traits were kind of there, right? And they kind of like argued against that a little bit by saying like, oh, he already had those traits, but that doesn't make me like, I still believe in the young Johan's ability to like change. This is also really good for Tenma because it gives Tenma the opportunity to like use this information, if he has a dialogue with Johan later, and like maybe Johan will be like reciprocal to that because it's like, oh, you actually understand me, you know, and you've saved me. You're like a parent I've never had and never got to have. Because I was an orphan and then abused and then abused. And then whenever I got a parent, it's like, well, I got to kill him now. You know? And so maybe like this will give a way for Tenma to like break through to Johan eventually. Because he's really getting a lot of this backstory. Which gives him like the keys to his like to Johan's deeply broken heart. Yeah, something. Monsters are victims, you know? Yeah, so that's cool. And this shot is awesome. I did want to... So episode 10 literally... Yeah, episode 10 ended with us walking away with Heckle. Are we just never caring about Heckle again? And Heckle was like, you're my boy. So I kind of thought we would walk into episode 11 with Heckle. But we walked in without Heckle. So I kind of, what happened to Heckle? Not that I like care, because frick Heckle, I didn't like Heckle very much. I mean, he was just kind of a guy that was like a rat, you know? So like W, if we just like, we're like, oh yeah, Heckle, it's a, you know, how do I even say this? Like if we swerved Heckle, W Heckle swerve, I'd be so fine if we did that. But yeah, I kind of feel like that was like weirdly kind of unmentioned. And I was kind of confused about that, a wee bit. Yeah, though, man, this ED thing, man, watching the full thing with every shot when that eventually is something that like, because it seems like they're adding on to it a little bit each time. Like the two twins, the two directions, and then they meet people. It's very curious what this will all, what the culmination of that will be. I think it'll just be a microcosm, one of my favorite words, I say it a lot, of the story of the twins, you know? And yeah. Good episodes, though. I liked these two episodes. I hope Dieter doesn't get the freaking Heckle treatment and just get off-screen disappear somehow. I would like to actually know what happens to this child. But To figure out what happens to the child, yo. I don't know. I feel like I should have more to say, but I kind of feel like I just don't. That was me trying to end the episode. But then I'm like, well, do I have anything more to say? I mean, I think it cooked, and I'm curious, and I want to keep going. You know what? And I think that's good enough. On to the next. Should be exciting. Let's figure out what happens to the child next time. Yo, what is up, everybody, and welcome back to React India. Tonight we're on episode 13 of Amon a Star. Last episode, we met Dieter. Shout out my boy Dieter, who might be, like, with us now as, like, a new party member, maybe, potentially. So something to think about there. And also unveiled the plot of the plot in the past of the orphanage, which Johan went to, which was basically trying to create like a giga scary man. They were like trying to make like the perfect soldier. So we dealt with that, and that of course has all sorts of really enlightens the audience as to how someone like Johan might have been made rather than born. You know what I mean? Though there was kind of also a little bit of ambiguity of like he was already prepared for this, you know, before he went to the orphanage. That was kind of something that was said. But important things. Shout out my boy Dieter. Let's jump into this episode 13 in. Arre, arre, arre. Petra? ReZero?
誰のために私がこうして迎えに来てると思っているんだ。誰も呼んでいないよ。この頑固者の偏屈女。よくも言えたね、このやぶ医者。私は生まれてこの方医者なんぞに厄介になったことはない。
Yo, okay.
とっととお帰り。このドクター大変だ。ドクターシューマン。
Schumann.
どうした？酔っ払いのフィンクが国道で跳ねられたんだ。
Yo, I love this guy's face. It's like very oval. Oh, look at him. Why does that guy Loki look like Germa? Loki, that guy looks like Germa.
どういうことだこれは。
先生は往診中だって言ったら、その人が
治療をさせたのか。
すいません、止めたんですけど、窒息する危険性があるので応急処置をさせてもらうって。
何者だそいつは。
さあ、名前も言わずに言って。
Tenma got so much aura for doing something like that.
カルテに何か書いてましたけど。
So that's like some mysterious stranger type shit.
患者は金がない。医者に連れて行くなと上事を繰り返していたので、この金を治療費としてお使いください。
He's such a good human.
ふざけやがって。
先生、どちらへ？
そいつの特徴は？
東洋人で男の子を連れてました。
Oh, okay, so Dieter's still around. That okay.
フィンクさんの処置は？
そのまま寝かせておけ。
でもさっきの人が応急処置をしただけで。
応急処置なもんか。あれで完璧。
Yeah, that's my boy Tenma, bro. Random guy gets hit by a car, does the entire operation by himself. Yeah, as you do. Honestly, just as you. And pays for it, you know? Though it is interesting that we still have Dieter. Because like I was saying, like obviously Dieter didn't want to go to the orphanage, but I kind of thought that would be a reasonable course of action. To be like, come on, Dieter, like, pull up. You're about to see that this place is lit. Because it is kind of a bit of a risk and a liability to have a child under your care as you're on your vagabond arc. Or, like, vagrant arc. You know? Yeah, Dieter is one of the 3 or 4 characters right there in the flashes, and like the other 3 characters that are in those flashes are pretty relevant characters. I mean, it's it's Lunge, the sister Anna, and what's the other? Eva, the woman that he was like dating at the start of the show. I think it's those 3, and so like for Dieter to be in that same like chunk does kind of imply that Dieter low-key got it. Yo, teach Dieter how to use the Glock. Petra and Schumann.
なあディータ、本当に困るんだ。私について来られても。私は一箇所にいられない。君は学校へも行けないんだぞ。友達だってできない。
友達いるよ。
誰だい？
天馬。
Yep, that was easy. That was easy. Come on, Tenma, we should have seen that coming. Are you, he's saying that to every single person that he walks up to, bro. Oh, okay. Shumin kind of a good man.
どうせどこぞの一流病院のエリートが休暇中に仏心を起こしてエツに行ってるんだろうがな。よ、いらっしゃい。
行くぞ、ディータ。
忙しいかね。ああ、おい、その話を聞け。
申し訳ありません。私たちは先を急ぎますので。
フィンクがひき逃げにあってな。あの酔っ払いのフィンクか？ああ、目撃者を探してるんだが。おう、そりゃ大変だ。よ、シューマン先生。
I wonder if Shumin is about to have to make like an insight check, bro, to like think. Because he knows that Tenma is a witness. But he also knows Tenma's a good person. And he covers for him.
ドクターちゃん、どこかでお会いしましたか？
今日も私の代わりにフィンクを治療してくれたんだ。私が往診中にな。
Yo, Dr. Schumann's the GOAT. Oh, and see the redirect? The redirect is crazy.
早急に治療が必要かもしれないんだ。
無理だね。あの頑固者は誰の言うことも聞きゃしないよ。
そんな人事みたいに。
Yo, you're her son.
丈夫だよ。おふくろはそう簡単に死にゃしない。それに、俺をここまで育て上げたんだ。
I don't think she has any regrets is crazy. That's like saying she can die happy. Okay, that policeman low-key sucks. And not even for like police-related business. Like, he low-key sucks for his family stuff.
フィンクを助けてくれたお礼だ。あんたの迅速な処置がなければあいつは死んでいた。
ありがとうございます。
警察を見てあれだけ青くなる。あんた、まあいい。一流病院のエリート医師じゃないことは確かだな。
Huh, yeah. Yeah, he's not. He's not that.
お礼か。ちょっと返してもらおうかな。
I think that's another good example of like good helping good. Like the love versus fear thing that I've kind of been talking about. Like he's getting repaid for his good service by other good people. Kind of like the nurses when they were like his nurses helped him out like to get him away from the cops. Yeah, 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 give me some cider, bruh. Oh, Dieter and his soccer ball.
今度トラックで来て山ほどいただいていくかな。助かったよ。私の専門は内科だ。専門外のこともできるだけのことはやっているがね。私一人じゃなかなか思うようにいかない。
素晴らしいです。
あ、何もないがのんびりした村だよ。
いえ、そうじゃなくて。あなたはここの人たちに愛されて。
Clearly. It's like another example of the same thing. Like, good people taking care of each other.
私は仕事をこなしてるだけだ。さあ、もう一件付き合ってくれ。こいつが難物だ。
あんたもしつこいね。
Oh, the mom again.
しつこく何度も来てやる。
何度来ても同じだよ。とっととうせな。このやぶ医者。
この通りだ。さっきの警察官の母親なんだが、農作業中に気分が悪くなってな。
診療所へ連れて行こうとしたが、途中でもう平気だと勝手に家に戻ってしまった。
心配ですね。私が説得してみましょうか。
同じことかもしれんがな。
まだそんなとこでうろうろしてるのかい。
どこでうろうろしようがこっちのことだ。
まあまあ、先生みたいにがなり立てたら出てくるものも出られなくなります。
I'll get my son!
連れて行くぞ。私の生きがいをなくしてたまんな。
Lose my reason for living. Whoa!
いや、喧嘩相手がいなくなると困るって言っただけだ。
Whoa!
彼女が作ったグラシェも食えなくなるからな。
Whoa, this guy feeling some kind of way towards that guy's mom. Hello?
開けてください、ペトラさん。
I should Miss Petra and Dr. Schumann?
無駄だよ、その頑固者は。
なんで医者が嫌いなんですか？
なんでかだって。人の体をいじくって自分のこと神様とでも思ってんじゃないのかい。
神様か。神様だったらいいなと思うこともあります。私たちも一生懸命なんですが、どうしてもミスは出てしまう。神様のように完璧に人を治せたらと思うんですが、私なんかいつも患者さんを見ながら内心ガタガタ震えて
Okay. Tactical
お
humility.
願いですから顔だけでも見せてください。
She did it psychically, bro.
ん？この匂いはグラシュ作ってらっしゃるんですね。
なんだいあんた、グラシが好きかい。
ええ。でもドクターシューマンは
Who are you? Do you like goulash? My homie love goulash. Yo, goulash is such a fun word.
テレアなんですよ。これは本当にうまそうだ。
I don't even know what goulash. What even is in goulash? Yo, I'd love to eat some goulash.
肩こり。ペトラさん、顎を胸につけられますか？
Ow, that kind of hurt my neck. I've had a neck thing for like a few months now. Yo, I am her. I am Mrs. Smith. I forgot. I literally, they already told us, but I forgot.
何のまじないだ。
え
え、
ちょっと。
I mean, I can do it. It just kind of hurt. Anyways. A subarachnoid hemorrhage? Oh, she just died. Whoa, I wonder what that means. Time skip? This guy's too overconfident on his mom staying alive. Okay, and now we're gonna have a test of like good versus good, you know? Oh no, this just happened? Oh, we didn't time skip.
ヘリを呼んでも間に合うかどうか。
あんたできるのか？頼む。手術できるならあんたがやってくれ。でないと私は。
Ooh, because he's literally gonna have this cop is gonna have another. Oh, this guy got backstory, bro. The position this puts the cop in is really interesting, right? Because it's like his sense of duty as a cop versus this guy saving his mom. So it's like, do I do my job and get my promotion, or do I like, yeah, self-interest versus like the right thing to do?
どうも看護師さん。で、お袋がまた倒れた？
最初の発作の直後、無理やりにでも国立病院で検査を受けさせていれば、あんただけが頼りなんだ、ドクター天馬。
I kind of want to look up what a subarachnoid hemorrhage is. Oh, they're kind of explaining it, right, W? Oh, we're going in the brain! Wait. The brain? Open surgery in the brain with mid tools. Oh my goodness, the skill test. Yo, this guy's locked in.
ドクターシューマン、この村の患者を一手に引き受けていたあなたらしくないですよ。 過去に何があったか知りませんが、目の前の患者に最善を尽くす。医者にできるのはそれだけです。
It's cool to see him back in the doctor field. You know? He's been in the fugitive field for a while, so him getting to be a doctor is cool.
おい小僧、ドクターシューマンは中か？うん、手術してるよ。手術っておふくろのか？町の病院に運ばないでこんな診療所で？大丈夫だよ。天馬がいるもの。天馬だと。
Dieter, I thought, did we not tell Dieter to like, to not expose our identity? That's not even a Dieter problem, that's a us problem if we didn't do that. Alright. Oh, he's got the Glock! It's like, oh, wait, really? Yeah. Operating on his mom.
俺にチャンスをくれたってわけだ。さあ、とっとと手を挙げろ。さもなきゃ撃つ。出てうせろ。ここは滅菌状態の手術室だ。お前は菌を持ち込んでいる。感染すればお前の母親は。
Meningitis.
早く手術を中止しろ。おふくろさんを本当に死なせる気か。お前の母親はくも膜下出血だ。最初に倒れたのが3日前。今処置しなければ手遅れだ。さあ、出ていけ。人質を取って俺のおふくろを人質に取ってこっから逃げようって腹だな。脳動脈クリップと監視を。
Hey, nurse. Thank you. I'm busy. I'm doing my job here. Oh, he's so locked in. I love him.
お前はこの5年間おふくろに何をしてやった？町へ出てから一度でも会ってやったことがあるのか？ここまで育て上げてもらった後、お前はおふくろさんに何をしてやった？
Damn.
いいか、大事な人はいつかはいなくなるんだ。おふくろの作ったグラシャの味を覚えているか？今でもペトラは習慣でお前の分も作っちまうんだ。余った分は私がいただいている。あれはうまい。あの味は絶品だ。ドクターテンマはお前のおふくろさんを助けようと必死で戦っている。またあのグラッシュが食べたければおとなしく出ていけ。
He's gonna have to change his gloves. He touched him.
テンマがいるから大丈夫だろ。
血圧140の86、脈拍82です。
バイタルサインは順調だ。ピオニールさんは少し休んだ方がいい。
でも先生方は。
私は大丈夫だ。休みたまえ。
はい、それじゃ。
ご苦労様。ドクターテンマも眠ってくれ。
私も大丈夫です。
あんな困難なオペをぶっ続けてやり遂げたんだぞ。
念には念を入れないと。元気になったペトラさんに
ドクター
プロポーズできるように。
プロポーズってどういうことだ？
Are you trying to... Wait, this guy's trying to bang my mom? Dude, you're still on that? Yo, this got complicated so fast. Yo. Oh, wait, sorry, he's about to...
病院内でいかに自分の地位を固めるか。委員長の派閥に取り入り、委員長の代わりに論文を書き、ついには委員長の娘と結婚にまで。
Oh my goodness, twinning.
世界道を邁進さ、妻のことなんか目もくれなかった。
This is almost what happened in for Tenma.
本当の医者なら、妻は長い間、風邪に似た症状に悩まされていた。
Wow, that's deeply sad. It's like the detective's curse. Oh my god, that's the saddest last line. Oh my goodness. Oh, Schumann.
そんなことないです。あなたはちゃんと見ていた。この村の人たちをちゃんと見ていた。あなたが見ていたからペトラさんは助かったんだ。
Sunrise is a good sign.
まだこの男を連行する気か。お前の母親の命を必死になって救ったこの男、まだ殺人犯だと思うのか。ハインツ。
ハインツです。部長。
Is he gonna say that he was wrong? He might say he's wrong. There it is. Heinz makes the right call. Dr. Chan. Shout out my boy Dr. 4chan. Loki just admitted, like, sorry, I thought I thought all Asian people looked the same. That's my bad. He Loki just said something like that. That's kind of funny. Tenma is, dude, Tenma is so good. Oh.
行くな。もうこの村は安全だ。逃げる必要はない。
ドクター・シューマン。
データ、お前もここが気に入ったろ。
そうか。ディーターにはこの村はいいかもしれませんね。
ディーターだけじゃない。あんたもこの村なら警察。
Dieter like
私と一緒にここの人たちを見てやってくれ。この村にはあんたが必要なんだ。
でも私は行かなくちゃならないんです。
なぜだ。
ディーターのこと。
Okay. Okay, this is our way of giving Dieter a place to stay.
あんたがいればここら一帯の何人もの人の命が救えるんだ。私と一緒にやっていこう。
何人もの命を救う。私はある男を殺さなくちゃならないんです。
Damn, 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 damn.
あんたにそんなことができるわけはない。人の命をあんなに必死で救おうとするあんたに。
He's bringing up the Hippocratic Oath.
テンマはどんなことしても言っちゃうよ。
Dieter recognized that Tenma's locked in. Oh shit, we're turning Dieter into his humanity, basically? Oh, that's fucked up. Dieter's now representative of Tenma's humanity. Oh no! We're cooked. We have somebody to remind us of our humanity on a mission to kill a man. Oh god, it's gonna hurt. That's gonna hurt us later, bro. Wait, that's gonna spin back around the block and that's gonna hurt us a lot later. Oh no. Oh no. Dude, this show, I actually like this show, man. We come to realize. Talk about it. I actually like this show, man. It's so weird, like watching an older show, because I already talked about this, but the pacing and like how it feels is so different from modern storytelling, you know? Like there's actually kind of difference. I mean, low key, actually, this is reminiscent of like Freerin. I would say the closest comparison to a modern storytelling for this, and modern, I'm kind of mean like cutting edge, like anime release kind of thing, would be like Freerin. Because there's like overarching quest, but then a large amount of time is spent on these like smaller like side missions that like show like where the character's at in like some sort of thematic arc, you know? I would say both shows do that as its structure. Overarching goal, but a lot of like one-shots along the way, basically, that each have a little mini story that reflects the overall goal. And that's been very clear with Monster, at how it functions, right? We keep interacting with like I don't know, like the children in different difficult situations, which then is like reflective of like Johan as a child, and like there's really parallels you can make there. Or like this doctor is like a Tenma that a kind of a parallel to Tenma. He's very similar to Tenma. Blah blah blah, right? And so they're all very reflective of like this overarching plot. And so it's like we're constantly moving through like a hall of mirrors. Call it the hall of mirror structure, where we're moving somewhere, we have an overarching goal, and we're moving towards a plot point, but as we go, we're constantly coming face to face with versions of ourselves that then causes us to reflect. Yo, wait, the analogy of the year just dropped? The Hall of Mirrors story structure? I could write a fucking book about that. Oh my god, I'm a genius. Okay, let's calm down. Yo, what a goat for doing brain surgery in the middle of this. Okay, sorry. I just love my man Dr. Tenma. What is to be said about this episode? Couple things. I think that this episode did a good job of continuing a idea that I've talked about a few times, where it's the contrast between the power of love versus power of fear. I think this episode had a lot of the power of love shown in it, which is really cool. Most obviously, Schumann covering for Tenma was a big one. And then also, Heinz covering for Tenma similarly, right? Where it's human decency and awareness of good, right? This man saved my mom's life. Even with the doubt in my mind, I'm going to choose to trust him, right? He is giving his trust to Tenma when he very well doesn't have to. That's love as opposed to fear, right? Fear, if Tenma was broadcasting fear, then the guy wouldn't have a choice in the matter. That's the entire argument for why fear is better. And so there was both Schumann at the beginning, which was going off of the drunkard that got hit in the car wreck, and then also Heinz near the end, which reflected that as like the main plot points, which for those events to happen, the story shows how good this story is at this story is remarkably, I almost want to say like concise or focused with its narrative. Like thematically, the episode clearly knows what it's trying to do, and then it's filling its content with that. And then at the same time, and it's something I remarked on, I forget the exact detail I was talking about, but how they have like what I talked about with the mercenary guy and then the daughter, how there was like the family dinner thing was like a repeating element that like kind of characterized. They kind of did the same thing here with the goulash, right? The goulash is brought up like 3 or 4 times, and then is the ammunition used for the emotional moment, one of the emotional moments of, hey, this guy, like your mom makes goulash. Did you forget about the goulash? I freaking love that goulash. So there was like this mini emotional arc that they built in about this guy being being willing to be vulnerable about his love of this guy's mom's cooking. And that was like a little thing that they just threw in, but it's very focused in that way, right? Introduce the concept of goulash. This guy talks about liking goulash. Introduce the concept. He was too shy to say anything about it. Goulash comes up and then is like a motivator for the guy to step down. So I think that's another good example of the focused narrative. And then another good example of that, back to the power of love thing, is all the people that Schumann was trying to tend to, which let me write down Schumann's name while I think about it. Dr. Schumann. All the people that Dr. Schumann was tending to throughout the village, all were trying to offer things in return. And then even the guy at the very end was trying to offer stuff to Tenma in return. And then even Schumann was trying to offer the village's protection to Tenma in return. So we're seeing over and over and over that when you treat people well, which a doctor's a really good personification and like the epitome of that, of like taking care for thy neighbor, love thy neighbor type shit. This guy is doing that to the T. And we're seeing how when you love thy neighbor, in return, thy neighbor starts to love you, right? And that's what's so beautiful about love. And it's not guaranteed, you know, because part of the difficulty of love is accepting that you don't have control over it, because fear is guaranteed, right? It's like accepting the lack of power. Maybe that's a key distinction between good and evil. That like, if you're willing to accept the lack of your own power in the world, then you tend towards good. Where if you can't accept that and you try to grab onto power harder, then that tends you towards evil. With the idea being that, like, fear is guaranteed. If somebody's scared shitless of you, you can control them really well. And, like, the mind manipulation stuff, whatever Johan's doing, is very similar, right? He seems to have a pretty guaranteed control over other people here, whereas Tenma, he doesn't have guaranteed control over people. So he nor does he expect it, and he only uses it sparingly when it's offered to him, right? Like the nurse is helping him out. And so yeah, I think there's a very key distinction between allowing yourself to exist without control versus desperately trying to grab onto control, right? Power of acceptance. You want to be a good person? Accept yourself now. Accept the world now. You know what I mean? Wow. Yeah, I think there's something to that. I really do think there's something to that right there. You know, shout out Tenma for giving that little thought in my head, because I quite like that thought. W thought. What else? So yeah, I think that again is a really good reinforcement of that theme that has continually been expressed, which is, as I was saying, like, proof of the writing being nice and concise, right? So that's cool. Also, so yeah, that was like the main thing of the episode. And I do, let's see. It's interesting. I think I like pretty, how am I trying to say this? I kind of expected, I feel like as soon as the cop showed up and like, it became clear that the sick mom cop son, it was like, I kind of already had like seen in my mind the end of the episode. And I kind of commented like, oh, it's really interesting the position this put the cop in, blah, blah, blah. And so it's a little bit predictable, which is okay. But I think the reason I bring that up is I'm trying to contrast it with the last episode and like the whole Dieter arc, which, well, I also kind of guessed that a little bit, but also was not nearly so predictable with how it ended. With like Dieter looking into the fire and the like this guy glazing Johan, that whole orchestra. Yeah, so I think there's I don't know. I'm just lightly commenting that I think some episodes are more predictable than others, I guess. That's not really like a fully fleshed out thought. But I guess my point to that would be I prefer episodes where I have less of an idea of where things are going and like I'm a little bit more on the ride, as opposed to kind of like feel like I know what's going to happen. There's like probably a good balance. There's a good balance in the middle. And I think the last two episodes probably was a little closer to the middle for me. Though this, obviously, it's like the lightest of criticisms. If I don't even know if criticism's the right word. But yeah, so that was something. And then Dieter as like Tenma's humanity. Oh no, bro. We're keeping Dieter around. That's not a bad thing because I like Dieter. Shout out my boy Dieter. But this like, go Dieter, you will keep him from going too far. Like, that's kind of a crazy burden to put on Dieter. All right, what was said? Go Dieter. Tenma won't lose his way if you're with him. Watch Tenma carefully. Oh man. It's like a little bit of a crazy situation. I don't know. It's a little bit of a crazy burden to put on Dieter. Watch Tenma carefully. He won't lose your way if you're with him. So if he loses his way, then it becomes like kind of Dieter's fault in a sense, which is a little bit insane. But I also totally get what's going on here, right? With the whole, like, yeah, you know what I mean? Oh man. Because now it's like that's like a stake that's really high. I mean, now like you can so easily imagine a scene where Tenma is holding the gun to Johan's head, shaking as Dieter comes in. Wait, you know, whatever. And then Tenma's like, oh no, do I kill this man that I vowed to kill in front of Dieter, my boy? You know, yeah, stuff like that, which is gonna be really interesting. Though, man, we gotta tell Dieter, hey, the whole Dr. Tenma thing. Gone. I'm Dr. Chan now. All right, that's me. Come on. We got. If Dieter's sticking around, we gotta get him on our on our wavelength a little bit more. Yeah, that's gonna be a hard road for Tenma. Oh, or even again a little bit with the focused narrative stuff, with like this guy having like a traumatic backstory kind of thing, where he's like, oh, I won't let this happen again, and then we go to him is like having lost his wife, which I brought up, like the detective's curse, which is one of my favorite like narrative tool, like story beats, I guess, narrative tool, narrative story beat, whatever. which, if I haven't mentioned it already in this series, is like the detective's curse is that the answer is always right under your nose. And so you're searching around you're searching everywhere and you're getting all these clues, and it's like, oh wait, it was right there the entire time. And so in this way, he's a doctor, he's always tending to people, but the person that needs tending the most is the one that he's closest with, which ironically he's unaware of until it's too late, the detective's curse. Oh, I love the detective's curse, bro. It's so wonderfully tragic, right? It's like the blind spot. It just takes advantage of the blind spots that a person has in the most brutal way. And so I feel like that was represented pretty coolly. And it kind of makes me wonder if Tenma has any detective's curse going on, which causes me to try to think of like what is so close to him that would be the answer, that is just an inkling away, like just far enough away that we don't notice it, but so close that when we do notice it, it's gonna hurt really bad, you know? Yeah. But so I like that as a little tool, and then how that motivates Schumann is cool. And then this little like kind of like, quote, the message of the episode, I have no right to love anyone, and like addressing that from Tenma. We see another example of Tenma, like not just physically helping people, but also like through wisdom helping people, which is cool. Where he's saying like, no, you have a right to love, you know? Man, I think we always have the right to love anyone. Like love, you know the nice thing about love and rights? I'm gonna contrast them. Love is emotional. Emotions do what they want. Rights, the idea of a right is purely intellectual, right? It's a conjuration of the intellect. It's something that we've given structure to. The emotions and the intellect don't really neatly combine most of the time. That's usually one of the really hard parts of being human, is how the emotional and the intellectual don't neatly combine, and so they wage a war within all of us, right? Our internal contradictions. And so when we say something like, I have no right to love anyone, hey, I got news for you. Love doesn't care about rights. Love doesn't care about the intellectual. Love just loves, you know? Your emotions are kind of just going to do their thing to some degree. Maybe you can control them a little bit, you know, guide them a little bit, whatever. But they really are kind of doing their own thing. And so to try to impose the intellectual on them to this degree, I have no right to love anyone, I think is like ignoring the quality of love itself, like the quality of emotions itself, you know, themselves. About how like, it's like you're trying to intellectualize the emotional, and it's just, I don't think that works very well. And as soon as you do, you're like really crippling yourself in some kind of way. Yeah. So I almost don't want to even say that the answer to this is, I have the right to love anyone. I just kind of think you love people, period. And like, it doesn't have to do with rights or no rights. Like, it's kind of its own phenomenon. And so as soon as you try to impose right or no right, then it kind of, I feel like I think trying to impose that might be missing the point entirely, you know? Or if you don't like that idea, then just say, I have the right to love anyone, and let yourself intellectualize it, but just do it in the way that feels good, you know? That's also kind of acceptable to me. But I personally try to just keep them separate. Of course, like using the intellect to protect the emotive. That's like my big thing. Rationality should be a shield and a carriage to protect and guide the irrational. That's fun fact, part of the thesis I wrote for college. Fun fact. But yeah, that, man, is that a good spot for the episode? I feel like that's all I really have to talk about. I did quite like this episode. Let me do one more quick slow scroll through just to think. Dieter's being more important than I thought. Now having the humanity thing, him representative of that, like thematically, I think I can understand why like Dieter's in the OP now. Where it's like, oh, okay, like that gives you a lot of weight going forward. Especially Dieter's kind of a unique character because he's seen and been victim to the horror and the dark underbelly of humanity, right? Like he was in the ruins of that orphanage with a shotgun to his head. So he's different than like a normal child in that case, where like when shit hits the fan, Dieter's gonna like kind of he's gonna be able to follow to a degree that a normal kid wouldn't be able to follow, and a normal kid would probably be completely panicked. Dieter's gonna be like, oh, like he'll be able to see it for what it is better because has that like darkness in him too. Yeah, so that's cool. Oh, and then one other thing I was gonna talk about So, well, okay, to finish that thought, that's why I think Dieter uniquely is going to be more able to do that and like serve that role than like another child character might. I think Dieter's more specifically built for that. The other thing is I think it's this scene kind of parallels when Tenma was operating on the guy, like the two criminal guys, the domestic terrorist, where he really just, like, when he decides to log in and do his thing, he does not care about if he is being threatened or if people are talking to him or whatever. He is so dedicated and determined to saving people once he steps in to save people that, like, even having a gun aimed at him, he's not even... I thought it was so cool how it's not that he's aware of it and choosing to ignore it. It seems that he is genuinely so locked in and so determined and so dedicated that he doesn't even notice it. Like, the choice to ignore, I don't even think he makes the choice to ignore. I think he just passively ignores it because that's how focused he is, you know? You're gonna use my mom as a hostage. It's like the screaming versus the screaming lion versus the stoic monkey. Yeah, that's what Tenma is doing. Tenma is the stoic monkey as this guy's freaking out. Aneurysm, clip, and forceps. Like, what a coat! So yeah, I think that's a cool character trait that we've seen, and I think I like that. I like that trait of Tenma's. To keep up the random GURPS analogy, I would dare say he has the single-minded advantage, which means that he can focus on a mental task to the exclusion of all other activities, which gives him a +5, I think? Maybe +3. I think a +3 to his roll, but a -5 to notice any distractions, which means here he had a +3 to his brain surgery roll, his like surgery, medicine, whatever roll, but had a -5 to notice the guy pointing the gun at him. So he probably didn't even notice it because that's just gotta bring in the GURPS a little bit, all right? Just gotta bring it. And he has a vow to kill this guy. Vow, -15 disadvantage, vow, kill Johan. Used to have Hippocratic Oath disadvantage, but he paid it off with points that he obtained through completing story arcs and then also took vow, or just traded it for vow. Anyways, enough of GURPS. On to the next. Episode 14 should be exciting. This was a good episode. I enjoyed it. I will hopefully be seeing you there. This part's Patreon. Thanks for supporting me. I'll see you next time. Should be fun. I'll be seeing you then. Peace.